CQ contest, VK7HH contest. CQ Remembrance Day contest, CQ VK7 Hotel contest. CQ Remembrance Day contest, this is Victor Kilo 7 Hotel VK7HH calling CQ contest and listening.
Hey, thank you, Cyrus.
VK7HH calling CQ contest and listening. CQ Remembrance Day contest. This is Victor Kilo 7 Hotel VK7HH calling CQ contest and listening. CQ Remembrance Day Victor Kilo 7 Hotel VK7HH calling CQ contest and listening. VK3 Alpha Lima Charlie VK7HH 59018. Yeah, Curtail there, Trevor. Thank you for the 59031. Very good, and good to work in the contest. Good luck. 73 QRZ VK7HH. VK3 Mike Bravo VK7HH 59018.
Yeah, thanks for the 018, mate. Number that you is 59008. My name's Phil.
Yeah, QSL there, Phil. No problems at all. I think I gave you my number 59018. 73. Thanks for coming up, and good luck in the contest.
Yeah, thanks, Hayden. Good luck, mate.
What is up, everybody?
Hotel. CQ contest, VK7 Hotel contest. CQ contest, VK7 Hotel contest. VK3 Papa Charlie, got you again there, 59018, QSL. Yeah, QSL 001, thank you very much, and good luck in the contest, 73. QRZ VK7 Hotel. CQ contest, VK7 Hotel.
How's it going, everybody? We're listening to the final bits of Hayden's live stream. Let's check in with Hayden right now, see how it's going. The absolute menace on the bands. No, I'm just kidding. He's not a menace. But big props to him. 24 hours straight doing the 2022 Remembrance Day. Oh, what time? Smart man. He knows what he's doing. Very good, Hayden. Very good. What wonderful job. He's got his what is it? 5th, 6th, 7th wind to get going. Look at that face. Even with the time delay, he knows when the right time to point. You see that? That's the skill right there. That's a live streamer who knows how to live stream.
CQ Remembrance Day contest.
So good on you, Hayden. Go the distance, bud. You got this.
VK7HH calling CQ contest and listening.
Go. I'm dropping the link in the stream for everybody to go check out Hayden. And you know, you can listen to him while we're doing the after chat, and make sure that you sub to Hayden. Great guy, absolutely deserves it.
VK7HH calling
So
CQ
check him
contest
out.
and
All
listening.
right, we're gonna go ahead and get started here, though. Thanks, Hayden. We'll check in with you in a little bit. I'll leave you streaming, but I'm gonna mute for now. All right. So what are we doing out here? Well, this is the Ham Radio Crash Course After Chat. The idea of this is to answer Ham Radio questions, answer your Ham Radio questions. And you can hit us with the hard stuff, too. It's okay. You can ask, why is there a license? Why can't we just transmit in the free, in the clear? And we may be talking about that because I would like to live react to quite a popular video that came out recently that I think sounds good in theory, but there are some realities that are not accounted for. But before we do any of that, let's hop into the after chat on Discord. The best place to be, the Ham Radio Crash Course Discord. Let's check it out. Hello. Interesting. My audio's screwed up. Gotta love those Windows updates. I got some screwed up audio, so I apologize for... Oh yeah, that thing's totally boned. Hold on. Oh. Hello.
Hey, yeah, it's better now. Better now.
Jeez. Okay. Thank you, everybody. How's it going on the after chat?
Trying to solve somebody's tuner problem, but please take over.
A tuna problem?
Yeah, he's trying to hook an IT100 up to a IC735.
Oh, okay.
It's not a tuna.
You're trying to hook a what up to a what? Say that again.
An IT100 LDG to an ICOM IC735.
So I was given this tuner for free yesterday, and does not have the AH4 pin connected on the back of this radio. And I'm started seeing some stuff online about you can actually just cut the pins off and just go direct power to it and hit the tune button on it. But when I do that, I get absolutely nothing.
Does it have a control cable, though, that you can just use the control cable? Control connector?
It's supposed to go from the 4 pins out of the back of the radio to the 6-pin pin on the back of the tuner. And it's supposed to be controlled from the front of the radio.
And that's not working, I guess, from that control?
This radio does not have a tuner button on it. It is that old.
You're going to have to use a control cable then.
Well, see, that's what I originally thought, and I'm racking my brain, but I've seen some items online where they have done something to a power cable that goes directly into the back of the LDG, and I'm trying not to spend the money on it and just figure out how he did it with the cable that I have.
Well, is there anybody in the chat that knows that tuner that can answer? Or...
No, we've just been helping him research it.
Oh, so. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm gonna. I hate that I don't have the answer for you, but hopefully they gave you some good information to go get started with it, and maybe we'll come back to it as we go further along. But want to kick off the after chat. Thanks again, everybody, for watching and for being on the Discord. What we like to do in the after chat is welcome people who are here for the first time on the Ham Radio Crash Course Discord. And basically go to them first, either to say hi if they'd like to, or ask a question. If they have a Ham Radio question, we would like to answer it. So anybody in there where it's their first time, we'd love to hear you. So come forward. Anybody first time or has a question, come now.
It's my first time here in WW0I. Hi.
How's it going? WW0I. There's an interesting call sign. Right on. So how's it going?
It's going well. I actually was curious watching your various videos, and especially the one tonight. I have an FT818. At what point is it become useful for me to get one of these really tiny radios? I keep putting them in my cart and then dropping them out because I already have an 818.
It's not really. So that's really more of a question to you. Do you go do you need ultra portable backpacky type stuff?
Yeah, I guess that's the problem, right? I'd like one of everything.
Right. Well, so then, yeah, then you have affliction just like every other amateur radio operator. The truth of the matter is the 818 is a fantastic radio for just like all around ham radio capability. But if you must have an ultra portable radio, then a lot of these little micro radios are great. Most of them are CW only, which, generally requires you be proficient in Morse code to be able to run them. With that said, you're getting away with tiny little radios, tiny little kits to get up and running, and your entire kit will basically fit in the case of an 818, if you know what I mean, like spatially, right? So that's sometimes why people are so hot for them. If you do a lot of sodas where you hike a lot and you're doing some serious hikes, then some of these radios are fantastic for that. Yeah, and everybody that's watching, I'm live streaming to Twitch and YouTube. You can just find me on Twitch under Ham Radio Crash Course, easy enough. Everybody who joined and you can't join the voice chat yet, just give it a couple of minutes. There's a bot restriction that we don't let people go straight into voice streaming or voice audio. You have text, though, so join us down in the hashtag live-stream, and then eventually, once it's cleared, live-stream/afterchat. Or stroke Afterchat. Right on. So I hope that helped. WW0I, appreciate you coming out. Anybody else out here for the first time that'd like to say hi or ask a question? Also, this server requires PTT because we have so many people in the Afterchat. So make sure that you just set a PTT button. Looks like we got Ted over on the Twitch side of the house. Hey, Ted, how's it going? And Greg Smith, Sam Weaver, all those guys over on the YouTube side. Make sure you join us on Discord if you haven't. Get in the voice chat and ask your questions. Otherwise, I'm watching the text chat for any questions that come up. All right, anybody else in there with a question or, first time or has a question? Come now.
Good evening, Josh. Not the first time. I don't know if you saw the question on YouTube.
I probably didn't. If you didn't type question or at me, then it's too difficult with the stream of the
okay,
chat.
It's actually to you asking about the 2730 best. I'm going to reword his question. Best bang for the buck for dual band.
Best bang for the buck dual band is probably like a Chinese radio, but best bang for your buck Japanese 50-watt analog VHF UHF, yeah, for sure. Good, it's a good radio. I really like it.
Which I'll totally agree with that one. If Sledgehammer has the budget for it, I highly recommend an ID 5100 Alpha as well.
An ID. Yeah, that too would work. By the way, Sergeant Aton, we don't require a phone number anymore to join the server, unless that's a Discord-wide thing. We had to do that because we were getting like bot storms from people, but that should have been all taken care of now. Hopefully. All right. Well. Sounds like there's a couple of people that are waiting in the wings to join us or have already joined and they're waiting to get into the audio, so that's okay. I think we only have, I don't know that we have any YouTubers in the house. Normally I'd go straight to them to say hi, but I think we're down. Usually Scott's in the chat, but I think he's out this week. So let's just take questions on the show topic. Any questions on micro radios? Curiosities people have. Go ahead.
Did you see my my question in the chat and you were just ignoring it? in which case I'll hold off asking it.
I didn't. No.
QDX?
Yeah, I didn't have one built.
I thought you built one.
QDX, oh, no, it's dead. It worked on the show. It worked the next day. I plugged it in and died. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm going to have to debug it, but I don't have the time to do that right now. But yeah, I was super pissed. I was so mad. You saw it work. Everybody saw it work. I made contacts with it. And something's upset in it. It's very unhappy. It's very unhappy.
Well, but I guess the question was, would you recommend it? Or you're saying maybe not until you've actually got it working. And by the way, I just got mine working, and I built mine a week before you built yours. Yeah,
congratulations.
I'm running Whisper on it right now.
I think I would recommend it to people that are serious about digital modes. If you're not serious about digital modes, then of course it is of no value to you. And also very specific digital modes. It doesn't do all digital modes. It's not just, you can't do WinLink with it, for instance, which, like for a lot of people, that's a bummer. JSA call will work fine, and so for a lot of people, that's really all they need. Or if they just want to do FT8 in the field, if they're making contacts, it's cool. It is a cool radio. I'm a fan.
Yeah, the truSDx, I have done that one I've done digital modes on it, and it really looks to me like you can do most digital modes with it.
Do you do it over the USB cable, or are you using the audio?
USB for both CAT and then I think the audio you have to make the cable up. There's a little difference in the way the audio cable's made from a standard tip ring sleeve, but I already had one because apparently I had made one for the CE19.
It's a splitter,
when
right?
I was kind of. I mean, so. Yeah, it is a splitter. You're right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there was a question.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, 1 second. There's a question in the chat from KE0LFX. Can you post a link to the external microphone you used on the truSDx? I can't because it's the pack-in microphone for the FX4C. It came with that radio. So you would have to buy... Oh, wait, hold on. Wrong one. Hayden's still going, though. We'll check back in with Hayden in a minute. If you back out here, where the heck did I put that microphone? There it is. This came with the FX4C, so I can't tell you where to get that. I'm assuming AliExpress. I'm assuming AliExpress. My guess. Let's get you... Oh my gosh, that's a big one. Okay, we got to shrink that down some. That's way too big. Way too big. Perfect. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see. Go back to Hayden here as we continue to watch. We'll keep an eye on him. All right. Now go ahead. Question. There was a question in the voice chat. Go for it.
Yeah, the question I had was, how hard is it to set up the truSDx for digital?
I haven't done it. It sounds like you use the USB cable for cat control, and then you have to have a splitter for mic and speaker. And I've actually got one of those right here. I'll show it on the chat. Go ahead, Don, if you want to add more.
Well, the one thing is a lot of people will read online and they think for some reason they have to make some janky PTT cable. I think TO was thinking that. And cat control will key the radio.
Yeah.
So to me, it was like dead simple.
Yeah. So I bought a Y cable, and specifically it's delineated. It has a headphone jack and a mic jack, and it's a tip ring sleeve, and you can buy these on Amazon. I've used this for...
I actually have one of them.
Yeah, I've used this for a ton of radios. So I guess we sometimes as technology gets better, we forget the ways we did things in the past. The 705 and other radios that allow for like USB control has kind of made our life a little bit easier. Or maybe we've gone out and bought a digi-rig, for instance. Like digi-rigs make a lot of this stuff really easy. Yeah, this is how we used to do it. We used to use a Y cable to split the mic and the speaker out of one jack, and then just go in with USB for cat control, and that was all we had to do.
Yeah, a truSDx and a Jankopotamus, and you have a whole ham shack.
I think probably that's. I think
I
Don.
have a Jankopotamus.
Yeah, I think Don.
Yeah.
You. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna set something up like that and do a video on a full Jankopotamus build, kit build.
Yeah. I will say this, that the true, at least my truSDx, is very susceptible to RF. So definitely get like those cables that Mike recommended, the trip light USB cables with
Yeah, I
the
ordered that
built-in.
already.
Yeah, those definitely help.
What's that now? Which cables?
Well, I can link it.
It was
in
a
the chat.
Please.
shielded USB cables.
Please link to all the cables.
Yeah, because well, these are ones that Mike did a video on specifically and said,
And
"Oh,
cheap.
you-
They were like $5.
yeah, they were cheap."
Mike,
And I got
KMRD
three-
Mike.
Yeah,
Oh,
mhm.
I haven't watched it.
This
So-
reason, and it's I got the 6 foot and the 3 foot.
Oh yeah, drop the link for those bad boys. Trip lights are the same company that makes all the surge protectors, right?
Right.
Yeah. I'll buy those. I'll buy that if it's the mic link too. Drop the mic link.
I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah, I'll buy that for $1. Yeah. By the way, properly shielded USB micro cables are not easy to find. So if you find a good couple of ones, probably buy like 3 or 4 of them because they're gonna be useful. I'll pull up the link for that right now.
Okay, just dropped it. That's the 3 foot, but there's a 6 foot option in the same page, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, that's a USB A to B.
Yes, that's right.
For what? Which radio?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
That's
was for
right.
the-
That's for the QDX. I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for the QDX. The other
I
one
mean,
is
I'm
a
down.
USB.
I'm down for those too, but I thought we were talking
Yeah.
USB micro.
No, that's right. No, yeah. For some reason I thought that was the one I was using, but no, it's for the QDX because I've been spending most of my time working on it in the last few weeks.
Delroy, thank you for subscribing. Also, Nadru, not the right mic, and let me tell you why. Do you see this plug? That's the Baofeng plug. That mic will work for a Baofeng most likely, but it's not going to work for your truSDx. And I just lost a battery here. So
Actually, you can use those, but you have to cut them up because
yeah, but who wants to do that?
I don't know. A bunch of people on Facebook do that on their truSDXs, but
I'm not doing that.
no. Like I said, I didn't. I don't have a microphone yet, and yeah, finding the one like what you have, I haven't seen one that I'm willing to buy because I don't like those Chinese things. The guys on Facebook have said they had really bad luck with those.
But I mean, from the show we did tonight, a lot of people said that the internal speaker on the truSDx was better than that external mic that I had. So
Yeah, including me.
I don't even know that you need it. I think that that's the best part about the radio is that so many of these tiny, small radios require all this extra crap that you have to, like, pack with you. Batteries, microphone, headset, all that stuff. With the truSDX, if the microphone's in the body of the radio and you also get a little straight key, just use that. I think.
Yeah, and that guy that Coastal Waves and Wires, he takes that thing out to the beach all the time and activates with it.
You guys are killing me. That's a mini USB, not micro.
Yeah, it's a mini USB on the truSDX.
Yeah, that the drop that came in for Amazon is not the right one. Sorry, Ethan. Micro USB. Gotta be micro. What's this? Oh, hey, there you go. LDG IT100 antenna tuner. Use your IT100 with any radio. There you go.
That's the one I saw, and I was trying to avoid having to buy it.
For $20, man.
You got the tuner for free, right?
$20 ain't bad. With a free.
Yeah,
tuner.
I did get the tuner for free.
Yeah, not trying to help you justify.
Got
the
another question
expenditure,
that we missed in the chat.
What's the question in the chat?
Okay.
You're roboting.
Sorry about that, Josh.
There you go. You got it. You're back, I think. Go for it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Third time's
Okay,
a charm.
I don't know if you're back or not. I don't know. Give me another one. Are you good? Are you in there?
No. Anyway.
Okay. I think so. Go for it.
Okay, let's try this. Commander McMaster says he's first time on the Afterchat here. Gives his call sign KJ7NGJ. So he's just listening in. He bought a VW e-Golf electric car.
Mm-hmm.
And he has an FTM 400 to install with a common antenna. Any recommendations on special considerations with that car?
No. Okay, so always the answer is you have to worry about it if you have to worry about it. If you don't actually have a bunch of QRM or RFI from the car that you have to deal with when you plug it in, which I'm guessing you probably don't for VHF, UHF, you're probably okay. My guess is that
I
you
was
should be
going
fine.
to say, depending on how he's planning on mounting the common antenna that he's talking about, if he's going to do a lip mount, just make sure he gets good ground on it.
Yeah, well, sure. Remember, we're talking VHF, UHF. It's not the same game as running HF, and matching ground potentials is important, but a lot of that is kind of mitigated somewhat with how you set up the radio and the capabilities there. So just keep that in mind. You're probably okay. I'm guessing you're probably okay. Hopefully, you're okay.
Okay, I'll give you that one, Josh.
I would try. Let me put it this way. Try the install first, and if you have a problem, then let's solve that problem. But if you don't have a problem, there's no reason to be fixing stuff that isn't broke. Does that make sense? Hopefully, yes.
It does to me, and I'm just relaying the question for McMaster.
Yeah, thank you.
I got a quick one regarding RJ45 to XLR adapter.
An RJ45 to XLR. Okay. What radio is this for?
For the FT991 that I just got. It's the mic. It's the mic adapter
by the Heil. By the Heil.
Well, that's the one I got, but I need the foot switch, and I wasn't sure what I needed to get for the foot switch, whether I had to have XLR connectors or what.
So I have a foot switch adapter, and the foot switch adapter comes out of your radio with the appropriate radio connection, and then has a floating lead that goes through the foot switch, and then that runs into the converter from that type into XLR, and then you go into the Pro mic. Hey, thank you, Lithkaus Review, for subscribing. Thank you so much. That makes sense, what I just said?
Yep. I'll actually throw a picture in the chat and show you what I got.
Okay.
I dropped one of those cables or micro USB cables with ferrites on it in the chat.
All right.
I got a small radio question for you.
Go for it.
First, I used to be Jeff in Virginia until 3 days ago when I just got my first call sign, and a lot of that has to do with you, of course, Josh. So thanks very much for that.
Well, thank you for getting licensed and getting on the hobby. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, my question is CW. I'm interested in CW, starting to play with it a bit.
Good for you.
And small radios and CW needing so little power to be so effective. Why isn't it built into every HT radio ever made? Is it simply to save a couple of bucks, or product differentiation, or is there some other reason?
HT? Generally, HTs don't have any HF modes on them, like single sideband or Morse code. They're all generally in the world of FM. They're just FM radios for transmitting in voice only. You have to go and get relatively special radios to do CW and single sideband, like the Yaesu FT818 or the ICOM 705, which does VHF, UHF. Generally, an FM radio is, when it's more focused, form fit for that particular role, probably less expensive to produce than try and produce a single sideband, FM, CW, et cetera, radio. So all of a sudden, even your handheld would be close to $1,000 once you crammed all the modes into it.
And some of them are close to $1,000 now. So
right,
like ICOM 52. But yeah, okay, I understand. So it's the it's because the handhelds don't really have a HF on them.
Yeah, well, it's not. Yes, kind of. Like there is a VHF UHF radio. It's a base station radio. It's the ICOM 9700, and that thing's $1,400, right? It puts out 100 watts on all those bands and all those modes. So a lot of people like it for that. But most of the time with the handhelds, people aren't interested in doing CW with handhelds. The market just isn't there for it. So assuming that if the market's not there for it, then they're not going to pay the money to develop that into the box, if you get what I mean.
Sure.
Otherwise, you just pay more for it. The same radio all of a sudden costs like an extra $60 to $100.
Okay, thanks.
Right on. Okay. I just poured myself a beer I have not had in quite a long time. This is a Ballast Point Victory at Sea. I haven't had one of these in a long time. A lot of marshmallow notes. Heavy marshmallow for a stout. All right. Anybody in the chat here for the first time would like to say hi or ask a question? Come now.
I did have a question about a Spanish producer, QRP Ham.
Okay.
I posted it in chat as well. I came across a really good QRP website from a guy's now Silent Key from the UK. He started the QRP and Whisper and all the digital modes almost from the onset. And he'd recommended this guy, chased him down through quite a few expired websites to his current listings. So I have posted it, but no bites from anybody that's used QRPhamkits.com.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the link. Where is it?
Yeah, because I think what you did was you dropped 2 pictures.
I'll post his web link again. 1 second.
Yeah, it might be further up.
Yeah, I just see images. I need the URL. Oh, QRPhamradiokits.com. Is that it?
There you go. Yeah, he does do the complete TRSDX kit, bootloader, all that stuff as well, but he's out of stock as well and apparently knows the developers really well.
But is he approved by DL2MAN to do it?
Probably not.
Is he on the approved list for DL2MAN?
Javier, EA3GCY.
Is he on the approved list for DL2MAN?
Check.
What? Why are you not answering me?
Oh, I haven't got a hold of that approved list yet. I was just actually going to their truSDx developers today.
It's where to buy. If you click the link, it's not, doesn't look like it's listed. So I wouldn't recommend using that link until it gets approved by DL2MAN.
Oh, agreed. There's so much knockoff equipment out there in the QRP realm that it almost, for me, has to be from somebody who's actually a ham developing.
Well, no, but DL2MAN specifically has a Creative Commons license where you're supposed to not modify his design at all. And so he asks anybody who does sell the kit for profit. By the way, anybody can sell his kit for profit if they want to put it together and baggy it all up and sell it. Anyone's allowed to do that, but it needs to meet generally his specifications. And all he asks is that you send one kit to DL2MAN and another kit to his partner, which is PE1NNZ, I believe. And they test them and give you the thumbs up, and then you get linked on his website, and you're an approved reseller. That's the process.
And there's an Amazon link.
Is it on Amazon now? Oh my gosh! I'm looking at it like it's literally on my thing. Oh my good! Oh, it's unavailable.
Yeah, but I saw that a few weeks ago, and they did have them in stock. But I was like, really? And the brand is, quote, Malahit.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
Okay.
I gotta say, it's the radio we need, not the radio we want at $140, right? $140 assembled and have it be single sideband and CW is kind of insane. It really is. To be as functional as it is.
That is a deal.
It's not great. It's very good on CW. It's fine on CW. Once you use headphones, you're good. Single sideband's not great, but it's still totally usable. And that in itself is like, yes, this is great. This is good for hams. All hams are better off with this thing existing.
You must get one.
Just so we can support. I mean, what's crazy about this is like DL2MAN gets nothing out of any of this. You know what I mean? Like he's like I don't think they made I don't think they make any money on any of this stuff. Once you release it Creative Commons, it's kind of like yes, you have some creator control, but people could tell you to just shove it and just do whatever they want with your design, and you have very little control against like a Chinese company just doing whatever they wanted with it. So the fact that they're doing this just for the love of ham radio, they deserve a ton of credit for.
Yeah, have you ever seen what the Malahit people do?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they Creative Commons the hardware, but the firmware is actually locked. And whenever a radio is made, and I don't know how they get this done, but whenever a radio is made, it has a code in it. And if you want the official firmware, you have to pay them $60, and then they will send you a code and unlock it, and then you can upload new firmware in it. And so they do actually make money off the Malahit. And that's how they do it. So the Chinese clones and whatever, you take your chances on the hardware, but the software is locked, and you can only buy it from the guys in Russia.
DL2MAN has a similar thing, but they're not charging for the firmware. They use a code for their chipset, and that code is used to download the firmware. But, at that point, anybody can copy it, share it if they want to be illegal with it.
And I'm an idiot because I lost my code.
Oh, no. There's a question in the chat. It's from Levi. Hey, Josh, did you like the Gabil antenna, the GRA7350T? I just got mine and really liking it as a beginner. Thanks. You could watch my video that I did 2 or 3 weeks ago, live from Crestline, California, where I had that set up, and we did a live comparison against the buddy pole. And I'll tell you what, I think the GRA7350 actually beat the buddy pole. I think I had a better radial solution on the ground for the GRA, to be honest, versus the single floating lead for the buddi-stick. But it's still won from my point of view. And yeah, it's a $120 antenna. And I think I threw the $30 ground spike on it. The ground spike's the hot tip. I think the ground spike's great because you can use that with a ton of other antennas.
Yeah, you can also use that tripod with a whole bunch of antennas too.
Yeah,
and it is good.
Mm-hmm. No, I believe you completely. I saw that as well, and I I didn't want more bulk. Sometimes long, skinny
No,
things
no, I
pack
get
a little
it,
bit
yeah.
easier, and you know how that goes. But
Yeah.
I'm with you. Right on. Let's see. Anybody else in here for the first time would like to say hi or ask a question? Go ahead.
WB7W, can you hear me?
I can. Go for it.
Well, good. Just got Discord set up on my laptop. I'm down in Arizona right now. Normally I live up in Washington. Down here, my dad's in the hospital, but he's doing well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, actually,
Hope he's okay.
yeah, he broke his back. But anyhow, on the Gable antenna, I just got it. I think a week ago. Actually, you and HOA Ham. Between the two of you, you were the driving force to me go ahead and buying yet another antenna to feed my addiction. But
sorry.
Now, if you watched any of my videos, you've seen that I'm an antenna addict. I've got all kinds of them. But I actually brought that thing down with me, and the band conditions have been terrible. But I've made a few contacts on it down here, just sitting off the back porch here, and it does work. And I do have the tripod. I did order the spike, but it didn't come in before the trip. So anyhow, back over to you.
Yeah, I would like to see. I would like to see that antenna with not the PL239 connector. If they went to like the ham stick connector, what is that ham? 24430 or something like that? 23. I can't remember.
3/8.
3/8 24.
Yeah.
That's it.
If they went to a 3/8 24, they'd sell a ton more of them because that's way more of a universal connection. And you gain nothing from having the PL239 in this case because you don't have a difference between ground and center connector. There's no reason. It's all connected to the radiating element.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I've got I was thinking, if you put that up on top of the buddi-stick Pro tripod, get it up in the air a little bit, that might be kind of cool. But I also did Bob HOA Ham's thing with the banana plug and 4 radials, and it seems to do okay. Like I said, band conditions have been terrible, but other than that, I was able to make a few contacts.
I wonder how difficult it would be to modify that thing to get it to the connector, the antenna, that coil on the antenna.
Modify it how?
To take off the PL239.
Oh, okay.
Put a ham
Because
stick.
I was going to say that the tripod's easy to modify for that.
No, but Don, if we got it to a ham stick connector, then we could connect it to anything. All of our mag mounts, our clamp mounts, our any tripod that had the same connector, the buddi-stick Pro tripod, anything.
You're talking about though the antenna.
Yeah,
but,
the coil.
Yeah, the tripod already has a 3/8 24 on it. In fact, it's got 2 different types. One that comes up like it's a screw, and then the other one is a tapped thing on it. Now, the tapped thing doesn't have an antenna connector connected to it. But what I found is like I've got these things that Sean is getting me a ham radio, dude. And it's a 3/8 24. It screws down into a 3/8 24, and it converts it up to a 3/8 24 connector, and then an SO239 comes out of the side of it. So you can screw in any SO239, or sorry, 3/8 24 to the thing, and then you can screw your coax into it. So I can easily put that on that tripod.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to make my life easier. I don't know. What do we send Hayden? $50? Let's send Hayden $50. Hold on, let's dive in there really quick. Sorry, Don, I'm not trying to. He just hit 800 QSOs. So I'm gonna blast him with a. Oh, we lost him.
Yeah, it's a bloody long time when you think of it.
Let's send him $50. Oh, wait. You can't see that. Hold on.
It is good knock though. Raise the bat and keep carrying on. Thanks, Ian.
The cat's out of the bag on that one, I guess. But
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's someone calling me, but all I'm getting noise this end.
I dropped a link to that antenna in the chat.
I guess, Don, I'm trying to bring my kit down and be small and
well, yeah, but if you take a Wolf River coil or one of those types of antennas out, it really is. I mean, that tripod is way better than any of the tripods that come with a Wolf River coil.
Really? But it's the
Yes.
legs are so small. So
No, they're not. You twist them and then they come out.
How far?
And you,
Wait, how far? How far?
As far as the big, the larger, because I've got both.
See, they do a bad job of selling that, Don. They should show you them stretched out. I don't.
I showed you a video. I'm
not going to watch a video. I want to see it on the Amazon ad.
I'm sorry that you need to see all of the things this thing can do.
The Amazon ad needs to have the extended Legos. It's only got like the little 6-inch legs sticking out.
Yeah. No. Those things, you twist them and you pull and they come out and they snap into place and then you twist it and they lock into place.
Sold, Don. Sold.
And not only that,
you sold me.
And not only that, but you can take those things and they click into different positions. So you can actually even take those damn legs and flatten them flat out so that it sits completely flat onto the ground.
Now we're talking. That's what we're talking about. Okay, I'm on board then. I can't watch every video that gets sent to me, but I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, I know. It's just that that one was, to me, that's what sold it to me just completely, because all of the things that he modified that thing to do. It's a camera mount. It comes with a camera mount. It comes with I think
that's a different one. I think.
Yeah, that's a different one. I think.
Hold on. So there's a question in the chat. Let's go to the voice question there. Who was that? Somebody said they had a question. Quick question. Go for it. You're live. Go. Oh, we lost him. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
What happened? We had somebody in there that had a question. Oh well.
What do you mean negative?
Okay, I'm on board then. I'm back on board. Yeah, you look at the ad for this. Okay, let me pull this up. Let me get this pulled up here. So you look at the ad for this, and yes, it says like,
"Oh,
hey,
yeah, I know.
Look, I can spread my legs out. I'm a super cute little tripod." But I guess it is extended there. That's true. I probably should have looked a little bit further. That is helpful. That one. It's $100 though.
I know, but it comes with it. First of all, it's nice, well-made metal.
I believe you.
And it's even the SO239 on that thing is, and the connector that's there is really top notch. And then there's a second like complete drop in where that SO239 goes in. There's a separate drop in there that contains the camera mount, and then on the back side of the camera mount, if you flip it over, that's where the 3824 is. And now the 3824, you screw. It's a screw that you can screw into. It is not, an antenna connector. But
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's an Amazon video, and it said it could erect the platform antenna quickly.
No idea what that means.
GRAULTO1 is an edge tool to erect platform in the field.
Yeah, good Chinese, I guess.
Good English.
Yep.
Erection.
I could erect the platform antenna quickly. Me too.
Yeah, but in the video,
it's very small. It's very small. Okay, I'm gonna buy one, Don. I will buy one. I will.
Yeah, I mean, Tio had these things called Bro VKE or BOVKE boxes that are on Amazon that are pretty cheap, and the damn thing fits completely inside of those.
Yeah, but where's the connectors for the ground line?
They come with the antenna. They're these little round, big round things that actually fit over the SO239.
Comes with the antenna or the tripod?
I believe with the antenna.
I did not get one with the tripod with the antenna.
Oh, okay. So then it's coming with the tripod.
Okay.
Okay. And the nice thing about those, just a couple more seconds. The nice thing about those is that you can actually take, and again, if you watch the videos from HOA Ham, you can take those banana plugs, make up a set of radials of about 6 to 8 radials, which I have sitting right here.
Yeah.
And then you can take those and plug them directly into those connectors.
Yeah. And they already have power poles connected. You can go nuts. I'm down.
Well, no, yeah. They don't have power pole connectors.
The video on Amazon shows power pole connectors. I'm literally watching it.
Yeah, that's not how he does it, but yeah.
Oh wait, no, they're not. They're banana. You're right. They're banana plug. Okay, sorry. I saw red and it just said, "Oh, that's a power pole." No, never mind. Okay.
No, what he does is he plugs in a single banana plug into that connector or into that
fans
ring.
it out. Yeah.
And then fans it out from the power from there, and it comes with 5 of them, so you can literally put 5 sets of 6 around the thing.
I like it.
Should you like to do that?
I do like it. I would do that. That is exactly what.
And it fits in a thing that's smaller than a lunchbox.
Yeah, it's super tiny, and it does the full tripod squat thing, which is what you want.
Yeah, and again, like you can set it up like the Wolf River coil deal, where it's just angled out.
Right.
But then you can also go.
Want. That's what you want.
Well, yeah. In some conditions, you might want to flip it all the way down so it's flat and it sits on the earth flat, and so the thing acts as a complete leveler, so that if you got wind, again, HOA Ham shows one of those 17-foot whips. He has a 17-foot whip up, and he's out in a park and it's windy, and the thing holds it up fine.
How does he do a 17-foot whip on an SO239 connector?
Yeah, he converts it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like I said, there are ways of converting that thing or putting an adapter on it. He adapts basically that set of things to all kinds of different antennas.
Okay. I like it.
Even the toy box. No, I'm kidding.
Well, so that's, to be honest, that's where the GRA antenna kind of hits the sweet spot. It is both effective and still portable. It's not as big as a Wolf River. Wolf River T1000 is a huge coil. buddi-stick Pro is portable. If I wanted to take all the pieces and bundle them up and like carry it in a smaller bag, I could do that. The attaché case is kind of big though. The GRA is a really nice sweet spot antenna that is actually effective versus the toy box, which is not effective. Any of the MFJ toy box type antennas, you have to put just an impressive ground underneath them to make them at all usable. But yeah, I'll try this tripod out. Oh, we got it.
Hey, Josh, this is Bob again. So that Bob. Thing does work great. Like I said, that's the tripod I've been using, and with Bob HOA Ham's ground radial system. And I just got 4 of them going out, and it probably would be a lot better if I had more, but that's all I had time to throw together before I hopped on the airplane. But I agree with Don. This thing is it's kind of expensive. It's about $100. It's almost as much as the antenna, right? But it really is cool, and it really is nice. I would recommend it.
Yeah, and by the way, there is a way. Well, I shouldn't probably say that, but I got 2 of them for that $100 because when mine got shipped, if you open it up, there is a picture inside of it that shows that it comes with this nice little, bag that you can carry it all in.
Right.
And the first time I got it, I'm like, well, wait a minute, where's the bag? So I called up Amazon. I said, this thing's missing parts. And they said, oh, okay. And they sent me another one. Same thing, no bag. So I said, okay, well, then they don't ship it with a bag. But
interesting.
Yeah, it's like, when you look, if all you go on is what's supposed to be in the box, then it looks like something's missing out of the box.
Right. Let's see. Let me get to this question from Adam in the chat, and we'll come back to the other question. Hammer to Crash Course, I have an inherited rotor, and I'm thinking of a hex beam on my roof about 20 or 25 feet up, and have the space for it. Do you think I should do that or a DX Commander Classic? I would do this in a 2-step process. I would do the hex beam because you get some directionality out of your transmitting, which can be really helpful and nice. And then I would also consider doing the DX Commander as a second antenna, as a receive antenna for antenna diversity, because now you have a horizontal antenna in the form of the hex beam, and then you have a vertical antenna in the form of the DX Commander. But if you don't have the money available to do a hex beam, you can just do a DX Commander. They work fantastic, and most hams are better off for having them. So, okay. Question in the chat. Who was that?
That's correct.
Go ahead, Craig.
Have any of you guys taken the like the Grable monopole and used a dual radio for directional?
A dual radial for direction? You're not going to get much directionality out of it. I mean, you can, but you're not going to get a ton out of it.
Yeah, watch Kate MRD's testing of that. He has a video where he actually attempted to do it to see what it would actually happen.
Generally, radials and different... The only thing that's close to giving directionality was kind of that discussion I did about the tactical dipole by Chameleon, and any dipole will do this. If you take a dipole off of the 180-degree line and you bring it to like 110 degree so that it's an actual triangle, and you point that in the direction where you want to put your RF, you will put more RF in that direction. Is it enough to be really of note? Probably not. But if it's a dire situation, then, you know, yeah, maybe. All right. Any other questions in the chat? Otherwise, I think we're going to go to a live reaction video. We're going to have everybody watch me on YouTube or on Twitch to be able to do this on that are in the Discord. And I would love your thoughts as we go through this video, because I have time-stamped the crap out of it. We're going to jump through it to specific points that I think are the most important. And I think it should be a lot of fun. So if you're not already, get on the YouTube or the Twitch. Twitch, I think, has less delay, so that might be more effective to have this discussion. I think Twitch has less delay. In fact, I might be able to change that delay. Hold on. I might be able to make it like ultra fast edit. Can I do that right now? It's probably already too late since I started the live stream. Yeah, I think it is. That's a bummer. I should have made it ultra low delay. It doesn't matter. It's going to be fine nonetheless. But we're going to be talking about a YouTube video that got there's a lot of attention on this YouTube video. And I think that by and large, I think it's good. But I think it's barely scratching the surface. And in some cases, kind of misexplaining some things. So I'm going to hit the add button real fast, and I'm going to go to the restroom, and then I'll come back and we'll dive into it. And your ham radio questions if you have them. So make sure to join us on Discord, and we will take breaks as we need to answer questions. So I will be right back. And anybody in the chat, go ahead and keep talking. I will be right back.
All right, question for you, Don, or any of you guys have been using those tripod monopoles.
Sure.
I went back and found the video question. I can't remember the name of the guy that did it. He ran his radials about 2 feet off the ground directionally, and he's reporting it some kind of new super monopole. If anybody tried that.
Mike did. KMRD did. That's why I'm saying go watch his video. And the reason I say he did is because the buddy pole is made that way. And he tried to move it around, and it's a little directional, just a little, and it's really not enough to be effective for anything. If you're truly trying to get a directional vertical, the way you do it is phasing. That absolutely works. It works very, very well, but just a radial doesn't really do anything. It's not really directional.
Not big.
Yeah, I'm familiar with phasing. I have a diplexer I built for that. It's not quite 100 watts yet. I'm going to have to redo all the components.
Yeah, and the only difference for when you do raised radials is that they're tuned, right? You have to tune them just like it's a dipole. That's the big difference between a raised radials and on the ground.
Yeah, there's one of the guys that presented to our club that has he runs a phased vertical at field day, and what he does is he has these 40 meter quarter wave aluminum masts that he sets up, and he sets them about a quarter wave apart, and they're all 3 foot off the ground with 3 foot or with tuned radials on each one of them, and that damn thing gets out.
Yeah, my dad was a EE back when we were hamming it up in like 1979. He built one and he did the math and never explained it to me. He just called it an end fire.
Hey Don, so with phased antennas like that, do you get gain like a beam, or
Yes.
is it still unity?
Yeah. So in one sets, the one I was describing actually doesn't have a phasing in it. It's actually a director and reflectors, or sorry, several directors and one reflector. So the
So it's just like a
reflectors
vertical beam then.
exactly, and they're very effective because they have very low angles of takeoff, and they work really well. I mean, Callum is trying to. He's just too busy, but he wants to build one. Rolly does too, and they want to be able to like phase a couple of verticals because they work so well. In fact, there's some guy that Rolly interviewed that has an 80 meter four square, and what a four square is 4 sets of or 4 verticals, 80 meter verticals in a square, and with a phasing harness in the middle, and you can direction fire that thing in any of 4 directions. And it's very, very effective on 80 meters for DX.
Yep, that's very true. If you have a 4-corner steering switch, yeah, those are dynamite.
Yeah, they're supposedly not hard to do.
I actually have that one I was looking at in Easy NEC, and apparently from what the guy wrote in the earlier versions, you could also obtain the same gain in parallel with any number of verticals.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, Josh, real quick.
Yeah.
Look at the thing, the picture I dropped in chat.
The picture you dropped in chat. Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, with the legs splayed out like that. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you want in high wind.
Mm-hmm. And that's that 17-foot whip.
Where's my display? What's going on here? Oh, desktop. That's it. So you can see it. This is.
I think that's fully distended at that point. I mean,
yeah, nice.
It's fully collapsed, but yeah.
Nice. I like it. Yeah, I think I'm okay. Now I'm on board. I had a misunderstanding about that tripod, so I am now informed on what's going on. So we lost Hayden. Oh my God, where's Hayden? Hayden chat or Hayden check. All right, so let me grab my iPod or my iPad here because I have a lot of notes on this. I took some time to talk about this video. By and large, I think it was nicely done, but I think that there are some points here that we could live talk about on an after chat type of situation with folks in the chat. Before I do that, is there anybody here for the first time would like to say hi or ask a question, or somebody that's been waiting to ask a question? Is probably a good time to ask that now because we're going to be diving in pretty hard, and we're probably going to be here for at least an hour, I'm guessing. So go ahead. If you say nothing, I'll take that as you not needing to ask a question. Okay, we're diving in.
So, excuse me, for this video, do we need to have Twitch turned on or audio?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
YouTube and Twitch. I don't think I can pipe it into.
Yeah, you haven't been able to do that.
No,
before,
I haven't been able to do that in not into Discord. So there will be a bit of delay. I think let's see. Jody says the delay is the same. Okay. So we're not really going to have I don't know that we're gonna be able to get around the delay.
Hey Josh, I got a comment real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, comment.
Hey, this is Will. I talked a couple weeks ago. KF0JQD. I just wanted to let you know that I got my general ticket on the 1st.
Congratulations, buddy. Congratulations. Good for you.
Thank you.
Hayden is contest ends in 15 minutes, so cheer Hayden on. Make sure you go over there and give him a chat. Say, keep going, Hayden, or do whatever you need to do to support him.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, David. Go for it.
Cheer. Okay, yeah. I had to figure it out again. I did have a quick question, just wondering.
Yeah, please.
I recently got a DX Commander in, and I just put it together this past weekend, and I've been kind of playing around with it, trying to get it tuned up and everything. All right, so just to set the ground, I cut it to the current cut charts that he has on everything.
Yeah.
He mentioned in the instructions for U.S. people on the 40-meter band to go ahead and cut an additional 12 inches off to be resonant 7.2. I did not do that.
Okay.
I left it at the original length. I figure, hey, I'll trim it as I go,
right,
type thing.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I tested it out, and 40 and 15 were showing way too short. They were way short, even with it being at full length, not trimming that extra off. I had to add, and I've talked to Callum quite a lot about it, and he and I'm not bashing or anything. Just me and him's trying to figure it out, why I'm experiencing what I am. But I've had to add almost an extra meter to the 40-meter element, and then now I get a tune for the entire 40-meter band.
How did you do the fold over? How did you handle the folding over of the 40-meter element?
I went up one side, up all the way up through the eyelet, and back down the other side, and where it ended at, I taped it with the Temflex that he sends with it to the pole.
I don't know. I mean, if you're talking to Callum, that's the best you can do. I'm not going to have better information for his antenna, so I don't know. I don't know.
Well, definitely. I was just wondering, like, if anybody else had experienced that, because first off, it was odd to me that it was showing short, and then second, I wasn't expecting to get a full under 2-to-1 across the entire 40-meter band. I figured it would be, half a band or something, which now I don't get 15. 15 shows way too long now, so I could trim it up and lose the bottom end of 40 and probably get 15. I just haven't done that yet. And 20 meters is showing way too short as well.
So Levi in the chat is asking, how's your radial situation? Are you sure your radials are good?
Yeah, I made extra radials. I got the 80-meter kit, and I made extra radials. They're all 3 meters long, and there's 28 of them.
Well, what does Callum tell you to do? I would trust Callum in this case, not us. I mean, it's his antenna.
He said he was stumped, which he said he didn't understand why things were working differently here than they do everywhere else. Which I told him, I said, "Hey, I'm with you. I don't understand it either." And he mentioned maybe getting on Discord and asking around and seeing if somebody else may have experienced a similar situation.
Is it close to a bunch of metal by chance or something like that? The antenna?
I mean, not really. I mean, it's just out in the yard. I've got 50 foot of coax running out to it out in the yard.
But like, is there a building next to it or something like that?
Not other than just my house.
How far?
About 50 feet.
What kind of soil are you having there?
It's just I'm in Alabama, so average soil. Grass is growing good.
Good rich soil. Good growing soil.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good clay down there. Yeah, it's about a 10 on the Mohs scale. Not a problem.
Yeah, what's thrown me off on, because I've had issues with it. In fact, I've got an issue right now with 20 meters. But what's thrown those off is I have too damn many radios and too many damn antennas out in the yard. including 2-meter 440, and I've got a 6-meter box, and I've got several antennas. In fact, I've even got an in-fed half wave out there now. And when you have other antennas out there, it will throw the tuning of that antenna off.
Okay, yeah, and I thought about that, and I asked Callum about it. I do have an in-fed half wave, but it's in the backyard, and the DX Commander is in more towards the front yard. They're close to 100 or more feet away from each other, and he said he didn't think that should have an effect on it, but I mean it could. And it's not that I can't tune it; it's just that it's like I've added 60 centimeters to 20 meters already. And I'm still only, like, there's the Q on it of the band sweep there is well out of band above band. So if I just keep adding to 20s, I'm going to eventually get it down, and it's going to be the entire band. But it's like he said, one of the things he mentioned was, hey, but the problem here is that now you're operating longer than a quarter wave.
Yeah, how close are you to the highest tall or the highest large, I don't know, whatever, the plate? You know what I mean? The guy plate. How close are you to that with 20?
I don't know. I can't remember. I folded it over exactly. I bought a measuring tape with meters on it so I could cut exactly by his charts. And at this point, I think I've added like 20 or 30 centimeters to it, trying to bring the tune on down.
Out of curiosity, are some of the other elements in your system short?
No, everything was perfect by his cut chart, other than 40 and 20. 40 and 20 were off.
Which bands do you have next to each other?
Oh, that's a good question.
I put it in exactly by his the little diagram he has on there. So like I think 40 is straight across from 80, and however he laid it out on his on the instructions is how I laid it out. I can't remember exactly, but that's how.
Well, adjacent bands should be like opposite from each other, right? I hope. I would assume.
Yes,
The fact that you completely lose 15 and you had to add like a meter of wire onto the 40 to get it in resonance even after having the extra length on 40 makes me think that there's something else going on.
Yes, exactly. And I fully understand that it's me. I just can't figure out what I've done.
This is one of those things where I feel like I have to see it almost to be able to look.
No, this reminds me exactly of another issue I had. So you're in your front yard, right?
It's the sprinkler.
Yeah, it's off to the end of my house towards the front. Yeah.
Are you sure there's not a sewer pipe going out to the yard or out to the thing? And I'm just asking because I don't know what it was on my house, but the front yard I could never ever tune the buddy pole. Or the buddy pole. I kept having to, like on 20 meters, that counterpoise was almost out to the 40-meter deal. And then when I got close to I couldn't even tune 40 because I couldn't get the counterpoise out long enough. So this sounds exactly like the same thing. Plus the taps, I kept having to tap way down below what he was saying. And I don't know what it was. But when I gave up on the damn thing. And I took it down to Huntsville, or sorry, not Huntsville, but Houston. And, it was Huntsville, but it's the one near Mike. Anyway, took it down there, and Shane looked at it. And, I mean, in 5 minutes, it was tuned up, and it wasn't stretched out at all. So it's totally my front yard and something in my front yard. But I cannot, for the life of me, there is no metal. There's nothing other. The only metal I can think of is the sewer pipes that come out of the front yard and headed out to the street.
Okay, support.
There's a guy.
To look at the.
What? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get in there. I just seen a comment down here. John said that if I've got 80 meters on there, it plays havoc with the 40-15 radiator, and I do have the 80 meter inverted L on there. For sure. And here's what Callum told me to do, and this was the weird thing. He said, And I'm using a VNA hooked to my computer with 500 sweep points, and because I'm trying to do as best as I can. With all of the elements hooked up, I get a big dip on 40 that covers the entire band. Unhook all. He said unhook all of the other elements but the 40 and look at it and see what it does. I unhook all the other elements, and that dip inverts and goes straight up, and then there's a dip on either side of it when it's just the 40-meter element.
Oh, that's weird.
Wait, so you did unhook everything and only had the 40-meter up there, and the tuning is the same?
No, it's directly inverse. It almost looks like a sine wave.
It's too long?
Well, it's too long, or there's a dip on the upper side too. Like I could, continue making it longer, and it would come back.
No, that's impossible. Okay. You'd have to. Do you have an antenna analyzer that you took pictures of these things? Can you drop the pictures for it?
Yeah. Give me just a second. I'll have to get it on my phone because I sent them to Callum. But and you'll see it. It's a VNA.
This is weird, man. I appreciate. Okay, so you used a VNA. Did you hook a radio up to it? What'd the radio think?
The radio, I've got a 7300, and it shows that when all of them's hooked up, all the elements are hooked up, good SWR on 40, and if I unhook them, it spikes up real high. Same as what the VNA shows.
This is really weird. Yeah, this is really weird. I almost have to look at this.
By the way,
wait, Paul has a suggestion. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, go.
I would take everything apart and start over.
Yeah, that's always an option. Were you a machinist, Paul? Were you a machinist or an engineer by trade? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I know what you did, so I don't think that's the case. But that seems like the right answer.
No, but there's not that much to take apart and start over. If you're going to take apart and start over, it's just the elements, which he just said he did.
Yeah.
You will get interaction, though.
I mean, but that's the whole idea, is that you're going to get interaction. You're going to get interaction.
I've run an 80 meter and a 60 meter inverted L on my DX Commander, and it does not interfere with 40. Never did.
That's like all of 40 too. Wait. So it's good. It's good. It's just long, right?
And then that second picture is if I unhook all the other elements except for 40.
And the second picture, okay. So let's get the second picture.
Oh yeah, that is opposite.
But that's
it's like it directly inverses.
But there's too many dips. You're saying, wait. Unhook is not the same thing as do not install.
Yeah, they're still there.
Oh no, you can't. No, you can't do that. You can't do that test with them installed because there's too much. There's too much. No, there's too much parasitic information. There's too much parasitic elements to be able to get a good test on that.
Because what's happening is those wires that are hanging there now don't have any path to ground, and so they're just bare wire hanging up there around the antenna. You do not want that. You want to disconnect them completely and take them off the antenna.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, that was just me talking with Callum, and he said, "Hey, just unhook them and let them dangle, and then test it and see what it shows." And I sent him these pictures, and he said, "Yeah, it's weird."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that if you tune it as a lone element, once you string up the other elements, it's going to throw that tune right off, is my guess.
Yeah, so originally when I tuned it all elements connected and going, but I just noticed
which band did you start tuning with? Which band did you tune up first?
40 and 15. 40 and 15 were both showing way too short at the same time. I started adding to them. I went by his SWR calculator.
The fact you had to add is crazy to me because he specifically makes it so you don't have to add. You just cut to that point, and then are you sure you didn't screw up the measurements between meters and inches?
I measured them 3 times. I cut them long first, then added the fork connector, then went back and measured them again and trimmed them to exact on his cut chart. I mean, I was trying to be very specific.
Yeah, and his new documentation has both feet and millimeters. So
Yeah, exactly. And to be sure that I wasn't messing up with the meters and me not being used to using that, the meter tape has feet and inches on the other side, so I just flip it over and look and make sure it was close. I thought, okay, yeah, I am reading it right.
You're getting some capacitance if you're showing that short, and I'm curious to where that's coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that it potentially could be, and I'm worried that it is just location, and that when I take the thing down and I move it somewhere, it's just going to be all out of whack.
yeah, I think so
Yeah,
too.
location really does matter.
I think you've got something buried in your ground that you don't know about.
Yeah, and I forgot you asked about the...
Hayden finished it. Hayden finished
All right.
it. Last 5. He got it. Hayden, you did it, bud. Congratulations, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry for interrupting everybody.
No.
Yeah, so Adam's in the chat saying more
You got his
radials,
general?
but I don't know that. No. It was a contest. He's been running for 24 hours.
Yeah, straight. I mean, he's been sitting in that chair for 24 hours.
Yeah, he's been
and
working his butt
streaming.
off. Yeah, and streaming.
The bands are dead.
Why is there so many people in here?
823 QSOs.
In where?
1400 and
In this chat.
Because
there always is at this time. This time of the week.
This is actually kind of low. Actually, this is actually kind of low.
Wait, what? Oh. It's 4 in the morning for me.
Well,
Well, it's
we're
not
in
for
the United
us.
States, so.
Oh, you're all US?
Yeah, this is the after chat for my live stream.
Oh.
Well, thanks for joining us, Bon
You
Bon.
new here?
Appreciate it.
I've been a loiterer a little bit. I don't know. I've
Appreciate-
had a bit of interest in radios, but it's not the kind you guys like.
I don't know what that means, but hey, you're welcome to join us regardless. So thank you for coming out. All right. So I think I'll take this moment, and I think we'll transition. So I've been sent this video. S2 Underground did a video called Shortwave, the Warlord's Radio. And to be able to watch this in time and be able to line up with me, you're going to need to watch on YouTube or on Twitch. And I'm going to be taking lots of pauses, and we're going to react live because this is fair use, and we're not going to be messing around with any of that other stuff. And there's plenty of minute points that I've knocked out here that we're gonna talk about specifically. So we're gonna try and jump through this. There's a lot to hit, but this is a 51-minute video on really how shortwave could be used differently. And I think that there's some baggage to unpack, and I will first say right up front that S2 Underground, I really like this video, and I like the videos you guys do. This is in no way me coming after you or anything like that, but at the same time, I think there's some, maybe some different world views in that from when I watched this that I think would be fun to unpack. So let's get it started. I'm gonna start it playing, and then we're gonna jump ahead once I get my iPad tuned up here.
Clear night when Muhammad Omar hopped onto the back of a motorcycle with his right-hand man, Abdul Ghani Baradar, his home having been the target of the first ever
How's the
drone
audio?
strike in history just a few hours prior.
Hadn't
Mullah
started
Omar was
yet.
officially on the run. Stealing out from his compound into the
Sounds
bushland,
okay.
Mullah Omar was headed, for the time being, for the safety of the mountains. But as the founder of the Taliban faded into the darkness, his mission was not over yet. With his trusty shortwave radio, he could issue orders, raise morale, and prove that the Americans had not killed him yet. All from his hiding places in the snow-capped peaks of Afghanistan.
All right, so a bit of an opening on what a warlord radio means, but that's really not the starting point. I'm going to jump forward to 8 minutes in when they start talking about the emergency itself. So the great thing that they did with this video is that they broke it down in chapters, and they did a really good job with the chapters, by the way, so we'll link this in the video description. But they broke this down to really good degree with chapters, and so thank you for doing that. But I'm going to jump forward a bit here to 8:07, or about 8 minutes. We'll start it a bit early.
Granted, the likelihood of this last one is pretty remote, especially considering the history of the ham radio community cooperating with government, but it's certainly something to think about for this new age of radio operators. These are the kinds of things that we have to think about in our modern context, no matter how unpleasant it may be. Another uncomfortable truth that the ham radio community is not super great at verbalizing is who we are communicating with. Of course, this is a very basic requirement for all communications, but I'm going to take this one further and really challenge the preconceived notions that come from the ham radio community on this. Before selecting a communication tool, we must obviously have someone to communicate with. For some, this is going to be challenging enough, because practicing radio comms is really boring for most people.
I'm going to pause it there. So, I think that's a really important point in this video versus ham radio in general. Most of the time when we do ham radio things, like Hayden was just doing his contest, and what is he trying to do? He's trying to talk to anyone that's out there. In an emergency context, whatever your emergency is, your practical communications is targeted to a specific person or a specific group of people. And generally, you don't just go out there and wing it. And I don't think ham radio operators that are a part of the emergency community, like Aries or Racies or Adam, who's in the chat right now as a search and rescue volunteer, have just a wing it mentality. They go out there specifically to target communications for the people that they're supposed to talk to and want to talk to. That could be on ham radio, and it could be on first responder videos or radios. So it doesn't matter really who you're trying to talk to. It just matters that you pre-coordinated it and have the right practice in place to make that work. Does anybody have a thought on that?
I'm the same. I'm so mic shy, I don't even rag chew with people.
Oh, right. Oh, there's apparently an echo, so hold on. I'm going to mute all those echoes. There you go. Hopefully that's it. Yeah, anybody else in the chat have a comment on that one?
Hey, man, this is Frank.
Hey, Frank, what's up, man?
Not much. I'm going to comment on your topic here. I do not amateur radio. I do run the communications for my local search and rescue group. And you're pretty much right. I go out there with the mentality of setting up the best antenna that I can for the time. If we have a couple days heads up, we look at for high grounds in the areas that we can pre-stage our communications trailer, and so we can get at the best spots to provide the best coverage for our communications. And that does require us running, I think it's a Motorola repeater, and we're using DMR.
Right on. Okay. Very good. All right, let's keep going here.
You might have a dozen friends that will train you at the range, but nobody wants to practice setting up a weekly HF radio net. This is a big problem, and I don't want to gloss over it, so we will talk about this more in due time.
So, really quickly, the comment there was, there's a lot of people who don't want to practice radio, but there's a lot of people that will go to the range with you. That's true, but also there's a ton of people that want to practice radio, whether it's ham or otherwise. So I disagree with the premise that it's only ham radio that's people out there practicing comms. Literally, that's the basis of what a lot of people like to do, is practice these very specific communication drills where they're trying to communicate to a specific group. The tech prepper. Sean Weiland in the chat, literally, let me drop that up there. Tech Prepper's whole channel is about that, but he's not wrong. It's more rare. It's true, but then you have people like Julian, right? Julian OH8STN. Same concept. There's a ton of people out there, and to be clear, much like ham radio, the small pie slice is people that are really serious about MCOM. The small pie slice of the prepper community or the gun community is also communications. It's the same small pie slice. So it's not like ham radio is a bad thing for any of these people.
But what I really mean is, what else do we need to do to complete the communication? What we do not want is the most up-to-date, well-informed, and well-communicated radio operators, but the rest of our community or group is in the dark. Most of the time in ham radio, communications between hams never leave the shack.
Okay, I got to pause it there. So, since I have Tank here, and he's actually an MCOM guy, Tank, when you get a communication and you're doing like an MCOM a practice or training or whatever, do you have runners? Do you have ways of moving content from one service to another service?
No, not really. Our radios have interoperability built into them. We have all the Texas interop bands pre-programmed. So when we do need to transmit on another frequency or to another group, we'll use those. A lot of times, the base station will do that for you. So that we will relay that to another agency.
But you're able to go do first responders with that?
Yes.
So you don't have to have like a runner with a slip or a report or anything like that. You can go direct with the information. What's the frequency usually you're transmitting on?
You know what? Those are just pre-programmed. I don't know them offhand, but
they're
there's
first responder frequencies or something like that? Or okay.
Yeah, they're first responders interop frequencies for the state of Texas.
Yeah, so there's a ton of instances of emergency preparedness groups, and I know that S2 is not S2 Underground is not trying to imply that emergency preparedness groups are the way. There are a ton of groups that can just relay information, just handwritten and runners that do the same job. Like that happens all the time. That doesn't mean that it has to be a specific thing that's separate from ham radio or separate from first responders or whatever. So it's kind of it's an interesting point, but I don't think it's actually true. There's a ton of systems in place that allow for interoperability, and you just have to be a part of it to know better. And there's a ton of people in the chat right now that are talking about those exact systems. NIFOG. That's it. Yep. NIFOG
it's something the government has focused on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They've been.
Now, I think that part of this video is trying to get away from the government, to get away from being involved with first responders, and to be just like small preparedness groups. Which, to be honest, I'm not completely against. I'm not completely in support of any government. But to say that this doesn't exist is kind of not true, right? You can do this. It just means that you may be interoperating between services if you wanted to. So, all right, I'm going to jump forward a bit. We got the communication never leaves the shack. All right, so we're going to go to 1330. There's a whole section on Mars and Mars modding radios. I think they spent a lot of time trying to explain what Mars mod is. It just means that you can transmit wherever you want with your radio. But I don't know that that's value added, and we'll get into why as we start diving into this.
It's up to you. It's pretty simple in most cases. At the end of the day, taking advantage of the mostly defunct
you have
Mars
to be
program
part of the
allows
Mars
us
group to
fully
even transmit.
Yeah, well, but hold on. Okay, so let's pull back a step. Nothing they're talking about is being a part of a group. They don't really advocate being a part of a group. They are not saying you should get your license. They're not against it, but they're also not for it. They're just talking about what's possible and should everyone just start doing this stuff. And so that's kind of what we're here to talk about. I know I didn't necessarily lay the ground frame or the foundation for that, but that's kind of the point of this. So let's go forward.
Unlock the potential of our radios so that technically the radio can transmit on every frequency it's built for. Of course, this is against the FCC's rules and a big no-no for amateurs. That's why if you're listening to non-amateur frequencies, it's a barren wasteland with occasional encrypted military traffic. So I'm not sure how practical this is in everyday life when you can only transmit off-band during apocalyptic level emergencies. But you can bet your last dollar that, at least for me, I would want to be able to use the radio as designed on any frequency I want and not be handicapped by the US government in the event of an emergency. So even if you don't use it at all, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And I would strongly recommend looking into doing a Mars mod on your radios if the radio is capable of it.
All right. So here's the thing with the Mars mod that always fascinated me. we already have, as ham radio operators, so many frequencies at our disposal that the fact that we need extra different frequencies where no one else is on that we can really communicate with never really made a lot of sense to me, unless you have a group of people that are also going to get on the same frequencies and hang out together on them. But on HF, we have more frequencies than we need in most cases, on single sideband specifically. And digital modes generally don't really care. There's a little bit of caring, but not that much caring. So the concept of like always having Mars mod capability or always having a Baofeng that can transmit out of band never really seemed that important to me. Is there anybody that disagrees with that or comments on that?
It's all about interoperability, Josh. It's being able to communicate on those other services, and even though by FCC rules you're not supposed to, if it's an emergency situation and you're aiding in the emergency and not interfering, they're probably never going to come after you.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this guy's whole point is I don't want to interoperate with any government service.
Right. He wants to interoperate with a small unit, a small group of people.
And where I would see that would be if you have a bunch of people that have a diverse set of radios. So you got some guys on 11 meters and you got some guys with ham radios and they want to be able to get on 11 meters, that kind of thing. That's the only thing I could see with it. But because other than that, you're 100% correct.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to 450 now that we talked about some of this stuff. I think this was a video that, for me, I kind of devoured it in pieces. So I'm going to go back to talking about the emergency itself. So we talked about some of the other parts, and now we're going back to kind of a reference to talking about what ham radio does, and I think maybe some misunderstandings.
Infrastructure. The unspoken idea among many hams is that they can practice their skills by playing by the FCC's rules and using their real call sign and things like that. But at the moment a more domestic situation becomes apparent, they can metaphorically flip the switch and operate anonymously or in a situation in which they themselves might be hunted. We practice this all the time in the ham.
By the way, that's Thomas Witherspoon's video right there, or somebody on YouTube. By the way, they use a lot of YouTube B-roll and they don't credit them, which I don't like. I don't like the fact that they pulled B-roll from a lot of YouTubers, including myself. They pulled one shot from me. So here's my problem with all of this. Ham radio, use of ham radio is emergency preparedness. It is literally practicing using the radio. When we do contests, the exchange of information is exchanging information. When we do SOTA and POTA, that is literally exchanging information and setting up field expedient radio systems or radio stations or whatever. We will get into how high speed and low drag you can get into, but there's other people that want to talk, so go ahead. Somebody's about to say something.
Well, for me personally, the only thing that I would be interested in any way, shape, or form, and I'm not very interested in MCOM, would be exactly what's defined as message handling and like things that we do when there are hurricanes and things like that where we're passing traffic for health and welfare, period. End of story. That's it. You have no interaction with any government agency. You're only there, and your only job is to pass health and welfare to people who are concerned about their loved ones and to those loved ones that are there that want to communicate back. Other than that, FEMA, whoever else is there, they have their own jobs and they know how to do them. We don't have any business working with them.
Well, so interestingly enough, like a lot of this discussion is going to be about, and there's Mike, here's another B-roll of a YouTuber. A lot of this discussion is going to be about like wartime communication, like being wartime capable with comms, which is to say, but hear me out. Mm-hmm. We are capable of doing that. Like we have the mental capability in our brain of being able to facilitate in those roles. The question is, are we prepared for it? Have we worked towards it? Blah, blah, blah. And in a lot of ways, and no in some others. But let me continue to... Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, that thing just before you got the mic, that looked like Charlie.
It was.
And but the thing is, when have we ever in the history of ham radio been allowed to transmit during wartime? Because in both the world wars, maybe I think World War One, there were already radios.
Mars.
Mars is military.
It's
not for us.
It's outside.
It's not for us. I'm not a military guy. I can't operate Mars.
Well, I mean, so Don, you're literally the person they're talking about not being able to accept the concepts that they're talking about in this video. And I'm not trying to say that you're right or they're wrong or vice versa.
I know.
I'm just saying that like we have the skills if we wanted to do that. If we all wanted to go full Wolverines and go grab SK and Baofeng and go in a woods, we could do that hypothetically. Maybe not all of us for fitness reasons, and they're going to talk about that. And believe me, I want to hit that point.
Well, I think the only valid reason for that is complete, total governmental collapse worldwide.
Right. So assume Assume that, Don. So assume that for the rest of this video, because that's very important. Yeah.
Here's the thing.
You got to put yourself in full Wolverine mode for the rest of this video.
If that ever happened, Josh, me and a lot of people would be dead within days, and it doesn't matter.
Don't assume. Don't assume, Don.
No, I don't have to. I don't have to assume.
Don,
I have a refrigerator full of insulin in there, and when that's gone, I'm dead.
Don, maybe
it won't take long.
Don, maybe you are the shortwave warlord in the hypothetical situation. So work the hypothetical is where I'm going with this. Okay. All right.
Don?
Yes.
Hey,
Go
Don?
ahead. Yes.
I'm in the same boat with physical well-being, but nonetheless, last June when the U.S. military liaised through the ARRL with hams around the country, it was a good time. It was a good time for the military to train working with experienced radio operators. We cannot deny an inexperienced military the use of our network.
Well,
right.
Okay. So let's
of our network. They won't call us up. The FCC will turn around just like they did before and tell us that we're off the air until the war's over.
I'm gonna have to live react to this video on my own because you guys won't let me move forward.
They were on our frequency.
I'm moving forward.
No, one more time.
No,
if
we're moving forward.
Get out of a training mentality, we have to wonder if it's even possible to get out.
Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Will we all have to grow mullets?
No. I mean, Mike and that I don't know who that is actually, but that's another YouTuber in the example. That's definitely an FT60 though that he's holding. That's not Red Summit. I don't think so. Anyway, let's keep going.
No, that looks more like no, that's somebody doing satellite.
There's definitely Red Summit.
Don't happen that often, and the emergency.
No, but if you go back a little bit, there he is.
Okay, all right, hold on. Let it play.
Are almost always related to weather or natural events, we are really doing ourselves a disservice by not training to a wartime standard. The Cuban jamming last year and the communications observations we have made during the war in Ukraine have been very enlightening recently, and have encouraged many radio operators to re-examine their priorities and what...
So, and we're obviously transitioning to the two mics on a beach. A wartime standard is really an interesting concept to me. So I appreciate the concept of one must have radio to be able to be military possible, right? Radio is a thing. Communication is a thing for all major militaries. But ham radio operators generally are not part of that, as Don already mentioned. But there are a ton of hams that do consider that an interesting aspect of that, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. So being military ready for radio, to me, has never felt like something that's like that far out of grasp. The only thing that's different is that we don't have encryption, and we don't have some of the systems that they work with, some of the software titles that they use. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
if I can jump in, I think one of the big points that he points out with like SOTAs and POTAs is we're really looking for any contact instead of looking for, hey, I need to talk to this person and use the minimal power to get there. And what happens when I'm on top of the mountain or, in the hill hiding from the US government and I can't talk to whoever I need to get my message to? I don't think that ham radio really goes after specific contacts, right? Because we're an open and inviting community going after as many contacts as possible.
Hold on. Let me answer this. So the answer is that you said ham radio doesn't. So that's not true. Your buddy and you could use the appropriate antenna and do the appropriate setup to have reliable, consistent communication, and you could both be hams. And also, there's no way to get to HF operability without being a ham radio operator. You just can't do it. There is no service that you can get on right now legally instead of just being a pirate and transmitting wherever you want and not have that capability if you want to go over, say, 100 miles, 200 miles. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Okay.
Maybe I wasn't exactly clear. I didn't mean ham radio as a service. Clear. I meant ham radio as, I don't feel that most people see ham radio as a hobby, people that chase contacts, people that do sodas and podas, like the culture of ham radio, that it's not a big thing to establish like a one-on-one, a one-person to one-person reliable mode of communication.
Well, I mean,
I guess I would argue that's where like thousands and thousands of nets come into play.
And
if you're an active participant and you frequently get in, and when you travel mobile, you do mobile or portable, and you check into those same nets, that's that preparedness. It's not soda and poda.
Oddly enough, the guys that are sitting in their shack that get on the same frequency every day and they talk to the same 5 guys every day is more consistent probably than the military with radio comms, because they do it every damn day and they have antennas specifically set up to talk to their friends every day. And we gloss over it like, oh, those are the rag chewers. Those are the people that like they're on the Metamucil net, and we belittle them to a degree. But the reality is that they got their stuff sorted out to do exactly what they want to do. Now, it's not high speed, low drag. I put it in my backpack and I run around the backwoods, but it is the capability that they're looking for. By the way, we got a lot to move through here, so I'm gonna jump through here a bit. So let's go to. So we're going back up to Mars Mod. Rugged portability. So I made a note of this. So
Portability in an austere environment. One of the ideas that doesn't get too much thought is portability in extremely rugged terrain. Now,
Not
just
true.
looking around the ham radio world, this doesn't seem to be true. After all, QRP and other portable operations seem to be at an all-time high. And that's true. It's clear that compact, full-featured radios hitting the market have helped encourage the QRP game, and that's great. However, from our perspective, going down the ham route for QRP communications might not be quite what we're looking for. It will get us in the ballpark, but it's not exactly what we're looking for. Remember, we're coming at this from the perspective of a person who's living a mobile lifestyle in extremely rugged terrain. Within this category, we also have direction finding and privacy concerns.
Okay, so I completely disagree with the concept that yes, there is not a ton of like waterproof, high speed, low drag radios that exist aside from like the TX 500. But the person that made this video is a 705 fan, by the way. But that doesn't mean that you can't be lightweight in radio. Literally, the video today was about lightweight radio. The whole concept of today's video was that. So that was a little like, okay, I don't understand where they're going with that and why ham radio would not be the solution to the problem, because there are literally no other options that you can buy that does this that I know of. Go ahead. Was that Don?
No, I was agreeing with you. Sorry.
Yeah. So we're going to move on a little bit here. Let's play through.
Again, in the ham radio world, where everyone wears their call sign like a badge of honor, privacy is pretty much non-existent. And that's fine, I guess. After all, no one has ever targeted ham radio operators and forced them to cooperate with a tyrannical regime, right? Right? Anyway.
So, the Nazi connection was interesting to me when I saw that. Yes, the Nazis did co-opt amateur radio operators, and ultimately it was a failure. It was a complete mitigated failure. The Goyables in their political whatever they were trying to do told the ham radio operators that they need to talk to the greatness of the fascist state, and they failed because when they got on the bands and they started communicating, most people just wanted to make contacts and get QSL cards. They weren't trying to have long, deep, meaning conversations about fascism.
You mean they didn't get on 80 meters?
Right. Maybe if, yeah. So maybe if they got on 80 meters, but then you're not going to be able to do DX on that. You're generally pretty close in if you're doing 80 meters. So that's all for the motherland type communication.
Yeah, the other thing to consider would be those guys on 7200, but whatever.
Right. So let's continue on. I'm probably going to make a video out of this by myself, but I think this is I'm getting a lot of feedback and I appreciate it.
Yeah, because if he's chopping up your video, then you can damn well chop up his.
Oh yeah, he put I know he put like a single clip of mine, but he put all my buddies in there. So I think I think I can go to town. And it's fair use because we're talking through it. We're having a valuable commentary on it. So that's my use. All right, this is where it starts getting good. Let's get into let's get a little further in here. We're going to talk about getting hunted if you've got a radio. This is where I start we start separating paths here.
Thinking about seriously, such as when considering the reality of operating in a rugged environment when you are being hunted by some other entity. As we have talked about quite a lot, the most effective security measure you can take to prevent direction finding is simply remaining mobile. Keep moving around and nobody will ever be able to find you. However,
Not true,
that's a lot easier said than done, especially in the more rugged terrain which we might be trying to operate in. Rugged terrain.
Josh, you better bring up Mesh-tastic tonight.
Sure, it's hard for people to come get you, but it's also hard for you to move around. This means our QRP transmissions are not exactly going to look like a peaceful soda activation on a warm summer afternoon. We're not exactly going to be sending position reports to the ham radio community saying, here's my real name and my grid square. In an emergency situation, constant mobility, camouflage, ease of use, simplicity, reliability, and durability are what we need.
All right, so here's my big issue with this part, is that there is no super concealable, super convenient, super fast setup HF antenna that you're going to be also effective on, particularly NVIS. And most of this video is talking about NVIS communication. An NVIS antenna is literally a dipole that's close to the ground, that is strung parallel to the ground. You cannot do that in an efficient, fast, effective way. It does not exist.
Does he even know anything about NVIS or any of that stuff?
He calls it out multiple times.
Okay.
In this video.
I would argue military-wise.
Yeah, if you're in a Humvee and you have one of those super sweet $15,000 antennas that bends over the top, yeah, you can do NVIS with that, but most people are not humping that in their backpack, right?
The most effective antenna for NVIS is a droopy dipole. As
Mike, what about a double terminated in-fed halfway?
Yeah, look, you ain't got time for that. You put up a dipole, you put an inverted feed 15 feet off the ground.
It's a couple of resistors.
That's exactly what we did in the Navy.
I'm not speaking from ham radio experience.
I'm
speaking from military experience.
Yes.
Same for me. Same military antenna.
Yeah, from someone else, and
So both of you, help me out. How fast were you able to set that up, and how long did you keep it up before you had to tear it down?
How quick can you throw a piece of? I didn't do it. Rob did. You want to know about it? Ask Rob. He did it for his job.
Yeah.
But as fast as you can throw a rope over a tree, they were trained to get a dipole in the air, get it done, and get it down. How long, I don't know, but it was minutes to put up and minutes to remove, because you got your message out. They've got a frequency all picked out.
Right.
They did it. Deployed. Gone. Because otherwise, the next thing is 105 howitzer shells coming in. So they don't want to be there for more than a minute or two.
So what was the other station was also the other person that was talking was also military. Go ahead.
It's correct. We did the same thing.
Oh.
Directed these.
So how long from deployment, operation, and teardown?
For the Navy, honest to God, it was disposable. 10 minutes up and you shit and get.
So but how many people were in your crew? Were you one man doing it, or you were multiple people?
Commo guy and your assistant, he usually carried your extra ammo.
So you threw a dipole up, did a hasty dipole setup for NVIS, and then did your commo, and then just left it and bailed?
Yeah, it was 15 minutes. You had to be gone.
Okay. So that's...
Point of fact, though, they did phase all that out and went with satellite.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're coming back to it, though. That's the thing.
Yep.
The HF is in vogue again. NVIS and the fact that satellites can be jammed and have all kinds of problems with weather, enemies that are actively trying to prevent you from communicating. HF is like king again right now. I don't know if you guys all know that, but that's like a big thing.
Yeah, and as Elon Musk found out, even the sun can take out satellites.
Yeah, right. With a tiny little sunstorm, tiny baby sunstorm. So here's where we start getting a little spicy. So where are we at? Let's fast forward slightly. We'll go back a little bit. Yeah, here we go.
Computer combinations can meet all of these demands at the same time. And that's okay. After all, we go to war with the gear we have, not the gear we want, right? And if you, right now, had to grab a backpack and lie low in the mountains for a few years, could you do it? This is an almost impossible challenge for most of us as is. But now imagine you've got a lot of other people counting on you, maintaining not just your own sheer survival, but also running operations with zero supporting infrastructure is not going to be possible without communications. And the communications networks that will allow you to have capabilities in such a situation will have to be set up and in place before the emergency, not after. Right. And all of this will require significant physical fitness and stamina. It is just a sheer fact that very few people in the ham radio community place value on physical fitness.
Okay, so that was the spicy bit I wanted to hit. He made the comment that very few in the ham radio community place a priority on physical fitness. And I would like to counter with, it is just a pie slice of humanity. Ham radio operators are just regular people. We just are also hams. As large as the physical pie slice of general normies is that does physical fitness, so too is ham. There is no separation from ham radio operators from the regular population. And we obviously have people like Adam, who was just in the chat, like, I killed myself doing search and rescue preparedness, that this comment means anything. And with this whole concept of survive, evade, blah, 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 there is no way that you're doing HF surviving, evading, and being out there, like, as a lone person. If you're being hunted, there's no way you're doing HF unless you're doing it with a vertical and hoping. Now you're back to being a ham. You're just calling out and hoping to get somebody that can hear you. If you are serious about evading and surviving, there are devices like this thing, right? The C-Cell that Boeing made. That is for people that are to get out of Dodge. Generally, there are no radio devices you can buy today aside from a Garmin InReach. But if we assume that the government's all gone and they're against you, then Garmin's probably part of them, and they're using it to triangulate your location. So you're not like high speed, low dragging it into the forest alone, being hunted, and also setting up HF NVIS antennas and being able to communicate. I don't think that exists. Does anybody think that's a possibility? I don't know. Tell me.
No, it's impossible. We have civilian satellites that can track a walkie-talkie, but they cannot track LoRa on Meshtastic.
They can't?
No, there's too many of them.
500 milliwatts doesn't radiate high enough or enough for anyone else's counter comm gear to pick it out.
That's funny. But what about HF though?
Now things would become popular.
And LoRa doesn't transfer messages either. I don't see how LoRa helps with anything, unless you're sending sensor data.
LoRa does transfer messages. You
very small messages.
Text though, it transfers text.
Yeah, that's about it. And
we're gonna get into text, because that's another part where I think there was a big miss on this video. So we're gonna keep going.
What I'm hearing here is science fiction, but y'all
a little bit. Yeah, I feel like
way out there. Science fiction.
I feel like we're in two different
realities. Zombie apocalypse type stuff.
Well, that's what he mentions the zombie apocalypse a couple of times.
Yeah,
personally, my own personal.
So I know just from talking to like several proper type people in the MCOM that their solution to HF, low drag, they have set up stage antennas on their planned route or on multiple routes that they set up during right now during peacetime, so that they can use quickly and
for HF.
Yes.
What kind of antennas?
Most of them are, in-fed half waves, struck up in a tree somewhere along whatever their route they have planned is.
What does that mean, the route they have planned? Where are they going?
I don't know. This is going back to the whole science fiction thing of it, their bug out plan of living out in the woods and going
where they have their caches buried, their Homer buckets full of 9mm ammo and submachine guns and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we were just talking about like the idea of going somewhere and being, that low drag, and going back to the military idea of them being completely disposable. I think the closest you can get to that is either have something that you can shoot up in a tree and walk away from, or having stuff that you can just walk up to and plug into and then leave.
By the way, I really like that idea. I'm completely in support of that. Like, if you own the land or you think that nobody's going to ever, like, traipse around that area, putting up an antenna that's, like, just on the way, like a simple expedient antenna, I think that's actually a really good idea. So whoever came up with that is pretty cool. So straight up, that's pretty good. I think you'll probably lose your antenna, but, it's possible that you have it when you get there. It's possible.
Well, the K6 ARK, the K6 ARK antenna is not that expensive.
It's true. It's not that expensive. You can just set something up and be ready to go. Now, that's not necessarily NVIS, though. See, that's the problem with a lot of this, is that okay, straight up, like, when I do my little, like, James Bond video of, like, my little attache case, like today when I pulled out the little case and all that, that's got the K6 ARK antenna in it. And yes, I could string it parallel to the ground, but in reality, like, am I doing that? No, like, most people aren't, and most people don't have the ability to, unless they're going to get out there and have little sticks set up to make it effective, right?
Look at a double terminated in-fed half wave.
Okay.
T2FD.
Yeah, how difficult is that to set up?
It's not difficult at all to set up. It's difficult to build the first time, but
okay.
Basically you have a terminator on one end of like a 500 ohm resistor on one end, and it does require some kind of grounding. So you have to be into the ground on the other side. The counterpoise basically comes back at the feed point of the antenna and then down into the ground. So you do have to do that, but that is an all band antenna. So that thing that you were talking about, where, what is it, that AES thing that you have to frequency hop all over the place, that antenna is built for that thing, because you're flat from 80 meters to 10 on all bands. I can show you a picture of it, because there's a big Facebook group that's talking about all that stuff. They're real into that antenna.
All right, so where are we at? 1719. Let's fast forward here. So there is a turn of discussion here when it turns into digital modes, but they spend a ton of time talking about RTL, and I'll just let this play for a second. I think the value there, and that's a 705, is that I think the belief there is that if the radio is doing the work for you for RTL, then that's good, right? It's one enclosed box, and then it's all there. And then there you go. So here we go.
Is that many radios have a way of decoding these messages right on the radio. So you quite literally don't need anything but the radio itself to decode and sometimes send RTTY messages. Just hang up your antenna, tune to the right frequency, and you're done. The radio itself will decode the messages, sometimes quite long messages, in real time right there on the screen for you to read. Very handy for sending intel reports or news from a larger base station to several units in the field.
Okay, so I agree that you could use RTTY to send news. As the field operator elite guy, you're probably not going to use RTTY to communicate. It's probably not going to be your first choice. It may not even be on your list of modes to use, to be honest. But your thoughts in the chat. Go ahead.
I think you'd find, if you had a group of you would find what everybody has access to and you'd go with that. So, whatever's expedient for your needs, isn't it, really?
Yeah, no, okay, so in that sense, like if everybody was using RTTY in your group, sure. But you're not generally doing a lot of your messaging on your 705 in RTTY without some kind of input capability. There's no way to input most of the replies or messages that you're going to send on RTTY in a fast sense that you're going to do on that radio. You'd have to have some kind of computer interface, which to me...
Yeah, RTTY can be a bit persnickety too.
Right, which to me then RTTY becomes a thing that you would do like as a last ditch. It wouldn't be your primary mode of digital communications. They spent a lot of time talking about RTTY, so I thought this was kind of interesting.
I'd say PSK would probably be better because that's got some error correction, doesn't it?
Right, some error correction. They spend some time talking about JSA call, which we'll get into, which I agree is probably the better digital mode to use in these cases. So where are we at? All right. There's a really interesting point here that I wanna get into. So capitalizing on the capability of the 705, with DStar, you can send images, and I thought it was pretty interesting.
Out in the context of simplex operations. Now you see why it's necessary to go way off topic to explain all that. Pretty much everyone that uses DStar to talk is talking to a DStar gateway or reflector or hotspot or something like that. And the people who like to skirt the FCC's rules find difficulty in doing this because you cannot use a DStar repeater or gateway or reflector without a call sign which gets transmitted along with your voice. So for all of the illegal operators out there, using DStar has no appeal. But what about...
I will make a pause here to say, like, I find it interesting that they're talking a lot about illegal operators. Like, this channel is literally out there kind of, like, giving info to illegal operators, which I'm not that mad at. Like, I'm not that mad at. I just think that it's kind of an interesting niche to carve out for yourself. It's like, yes, I'm here to give information to people that will not get licensed. Whether their opinion is justified or not, like, there it is. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me.
Simplex. You see, DStar is just another way of organizing the data you want to send. Theoretically, it would work the same as...
That's why I keep promoting to people. If your cell phone's dead, you have no signal, you have your LoRa in your hand, and your friends are out there, you're already networked with any GPS.
Right. I don't. There are so many people who are so anti getting their license, and then you ask them why, and they're like, I don't want to be on a government list. I'm like, you're on every government list. That is way more important than ham radio ownership and usage. You have a car. You have a home. You have a residence that you sleep at. You have a social security number. You have all this. You have all the social medias. All of those things are going to get tapped before your ham radio license. That is the last thing. Credit cards.
The Chinese have more on us than our own government.
Where you last use your credit card is more information that you put out there every day. And I bet you there's very few big baller prepper types that are completely cash and do nothing other than go to the bank, restock cash, pay everything with cash, and are completely off the grid. I know there are some. I know. But I think most of the time, this is like, I don't know. This is not something that you're gonna be ham radio operators being the first thing that people come to use to find you. Ham radio operating is like, you're fine, man. Nobody cares if you're a ham radio operator. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I got news for those guys that pay cash for everything. They're the ones that they watch the most.
Probably. Well, the IRS, sure.
78,000 new agents. Oh, we're screwed.
All right, so here we go. We're moving on.
And it does.
So, by the way,
cool
I really
part
like
about D-Star is
the
that
image
it can also be
capability
used
on
to
D-Star.
send images right from the radio itself without any other hardware needed except for maybe a smartphone.
Yeah, nobody cares that you're a ham radio operator until the shit hits the fan.
Shine.
No, but wait. Okay, so actually clarify that. Who said nobody cares that you're a ham radio operator until the shit hits the fan? What does that mean? Go ahead. I want to hear your thoughts.
A4BIL.
Yeah, go for it. I want to hear your thoughts. Go for it.
It's just, nobody goes to those channels.
What?
Unless something's bad happening, unless it's a tornado or
yeah. I'm with you. Yeah. Well, I mean that's kind of the point of this, is that it's a lot. This video, by the way, the video's good and it's well produced, but I think it's like pitching this like hyper realist reality that doesn't exist. I would say that the closest that you can get to any of this capability is like the tech prepper. Like that guy is literally like the closest high-speed, low-drag ham radio operator that exists. For everyone else, they're not at his level. They're not at most ham radio operators' levels. Most preppers and most people that like think about off-grid glory and using radios have like a Baofeng. They're not using HF. They're not like doing fast communication. Do you know how difficult it is to like get an HF radio on the air in less than 10 minutes? You can. A lot of the POTA guys can, but guess what? Like that is actually like a military preparedness skill that they have the ability to do that. Most people can't do that. Most people don't need to do that. But
not
this
to mention,
video's
you
like
have to have somebody at the other end too.
Well, exactly, right. So the antenna also has to be set up in such a way that you can hit that person that you're trying to hit, and that's a difficulty that we're gonna get to as we go further on here. So let's keep going. Where are we at? 26. Yeah.
You see, the IC705 is not the only radio that has this feature built in. The ICOM IC52 has this feature built in, as does the Kenwood THD74A. However, the IC705 is, to my knowledge, the only HF radio rig that has this feature. At least it's the only QRP rig, that is. So technically, the IC705 can physically transmit images over HF frequencies using D-Star's digital voice function in simplex mode. And very little information on this unique feature exists because, well, 99% of D-Star users are using repeaters or gateways or hotspots or reflectors or whatever. Almost nobody is using D-Star in simplex mode. My guess...
Okay, so I'm gonna pause here. Many of the YouTubers have talked about using digital modes in simplex. There is no reason not to do digital modes in simplex. It's fine. It works great. We've talked about it. This is not a surprise or an interesting point. Yes, the 705 does images. I've done a video on it, actually transferring an image from my phone to the ID52 to the 705 and transmitting it. Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah. There are phone apps that you can download. How cool is that, where you can download a phone app and then take a picture and use the phone app off-grid to be able to send it to your radio and transmit that to people that are listening. Proper off-grid skill, for sure, no question. I'm in complete support of this. I love this entirely. DMR doesn't do this. Yeah, DMR doesn't do this. I'm completely on board with this. Yeah. All right, so let's. But there's a caveat.
guess is that this combination of features is so new, and the IC705 is so new, that there just isn't a community built up around this specifically just yet. Again,
okay, so pause there. The reason why there's not a community built up around it is because most of this communication is done on VHF, UHF. So your community is the community you build. If you want this type of capability, you have to build this community. If you want VHF, UHF image communication with ICOM radios, you got to go buy some ICOM radios and get in the field and start communicating like that. You can do it on HF, you can, but the most effective capability for this is VHF, UHF.
You I still like SSTV.
Yeah, SSTV is good too. I mean, but then you need a computer. Like, this is all in radio, which I think is the point they're trying to make.
Josh, I have a question. I went through some of their YouTube videos and I found that they have a dark web website, so I couldn't help myself and pull it up. And they have a communications plan. Have you looked at their communications plan at all?
Well, there is a communications plan at the end of this video. Would you?
Okay, I wonder if it's the same one. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you can correct me when we get there, but I'm a big fan of images on whatever. If it's over HF, by the way, I think it's kind of crazy to do this over HF unless you're doing NVIS again, but who knows? We'll see.
Again, sending images is not new. Sending digital images is, again, not new. Sending images using the radio itself is, again, not new. But having all of this together in one package...
Okay, here comes a point
QRP
that I want to mention.
For HF frequencies, well, that is new. Again, I think the IC705 is the only radio that does all of this at the moment. I think
there is a protocol called QMesh that they're working on for this.
Hold on.
His bigger brother also has the same...
I have to go back now.
It is new. Again, I think the IC705 is the only radio that does all of this at the moment. I think the IC7300, the 705's bigger brother, also has the same features, but it's obviously not a small radio.
The 7300 does not do this capability. It does not have D-Star. So there you go. All right, we're going to move ahead. JSA call. It's time.
These towers go on time.
All right, we're gonna move.
That you missed when you were offline. JS8 call is super popular among hams, and a lot of people have talked about JS8 call more than.
But you got about 30 videos to do now, Josh.
Often get left out.
I know,
like
right?
The fact that JS8 call will work on any frequency you want, not just the ham bands. So in the zombie apocalypse where the scary FCC doesn't exist anymore, we can actually use JS8 call on whatever freak we want.
Okay, so I love this, that they make this comment, and I think people listen to this and they think, yeah, I'm going to transmit out of band.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you transmitting to? Like, who are you talking to? If you're doing JSA call and you're like, I must have a radio that transmits outside the ham bands, that transmits outside, like, I need to be like as illegal as possible with my radio.
To other people in your group. That's right. I mean, so, I'm sure he coordinates it with other people.
Right, but then you've all cut your antennas to be resonant on that frequency. Do you know,
I would imagine so, yeah.
So that's the thing that always like kills me about this stuff. Do you know why the ham radio bands are the way they are?
Sure.
Because they're efficient for harmonics. That's why we can do multi-banded stuff. The bands are the way they are because of that. So, ham radio band plan, right? So pull that up. How many of these bands do we get because they are adjacent to the frequency that we're operating on? So we just got done talking about 40 meters on the DX Commander. What? You pick up 15 on that. How many other bands do we pick up as being a harmonic of the operating band and frequency? The intelligence that went into building the ham radio bands is literally a byproduct of this capability, multi-bandedness.
So you think 41 meters and 22 meters wouldn't be adjacent, just like 40 and 15?
They would, but you're already there. Like, why do we have to go operate off Why do we have
I
to go?
don't know. That you'd have to ask that idiot. Josh, this is complete BS. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's so far out in the weeds. It's just.
I thought it would
it's
be
hard
fun,
to watch.
Don. I thought it would be fun, Don.
Well,
I thought it would be fun.
And it probably is for a whole lot of people here, but for me, this is complete BS. So, by the way, Callum's on in 2 minutes. Callum's on in 2 minutes, by the way.
What's he doing?
Live stream. Oh, he's out. He's out on a portable operation.
In the woods.
Oh, good. He's going. Is he off grid? Is he off grid, Callum,
yes.
right now?
Yes,
Okay,
he's off grid.
We have to tune in on that.
Tent.
Yeah, in a tent with. He's got his. He's got solar and batteries. So yeah.
Oh yeah, where are we at?
He's got my 590 SG, the best radio they make. Sorry, Don.
We're halfway. We're halfway.
Not even
through.
close.
We're halfway through the video, and we got further than I thought we would. To be honest, I thought that I would have to do most of this on my own. So I can download this and then use it. So that's fine. We can pause here and we can move on with like fun stuff. Would people like to do that?
Don't do it for me. I mean,
yeah, I have a very good point for you. You're far ahead of me on this, Josh. I'm just going to ask you straight up about these digital modes being built into the current rigs we have instead of downloading software and using $60 computers.
Yeah, but $60 computers are the shit. No, I'm just kidding. What's your question? Was there a question in there? It felt like a statement.
How far are we away from having the digital modes built into these handsets? I mean, I've hashed out putting the LoRa stuff on.
Okay, can okay, now I will actually pause. So we're gonna go away from Prepper Radio. So S2 comms will probably do a video privately or on my own. Could you imagine a future where every time you needed to update your digital mode, you had to update the firmware for your radio? Doesn't that sound like a pain in the ass?
I don't know. How often do you update the firmware on your phone?
Your phone updates itself most of the time. Your laptop is generally updating to the operating system you're running, and the applications that are running have updates constantly. So that's different, though. That's all software.
Do that too.
That's all software that's running on a processing body. You're talking about updating firmware. Like, do you want to update the firmware in your radio? Like, does anybody think like, oh God, I can't wait to update the firmware on my radio? Who gets excited about updating firmware on radio?
How often do the modes actually change? You update the software, but that's just to get around software glitches. The actual way the modes work.
All the time.
Does it really? I mean, the actual way the mode works?
No.
Yeah.
More glitches.
Shagu updates all the time. There's a ton of companies that update constantly. And they have to go through this whole rigmarole for firmware updates. But you don't have to do that with a Windows application because it's literally an application, or Linux or whatever. So,
but relating to Shagu, they're allegedly coming out with the firmware in September for the 6100.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Allegedly.
I can say I'd love to have a radio that updated like my Windows box or my Android phone. I'd totally embrace it.
So long as it doesn't break everything like Windows has been.
No, I mean, even so, I'm willing to take that risk. Give me the updates. Tap me in.
I just don't think that like the future that people think exists of this all-inclusive one connected box is reality, because I've lived that world. It already exists in the military where they try and like cram all the modes and all the encryption in the box, and it inevitably fails. It always fails. And then what are they doing? They're scrambling to try and find something that's super analog to try and fill the gap.
We still don't have USB-C on most radios. I mean, that speaks enough. Like, getting software is another leap beyond just basic port changes.
And hear me out, guys. We still don't have DisplayPort. Forget HDMI. DisplayPort.
Isn't the RFinder radio pretty darn close to what we're talking about here?
No.
If I recall, the Art Finder is basically just a UHF radio or something slapped on the back of an Android phone.
Yeah, it's a crap and an old Android phone that they have a radio slapped onto that can't interoperate with the phone. I keep saying I will be the biggest advocate of the RFinder when the RFinder Android can communicate with the radio and we can do APRS with it. Once that happens, I am fully RFinder. I will be fully RFinder. Period.
Good to know.
It doesn't do that. Someone tell me it does that, please. I'll buy it right now. I'll buy it live. It doesn't do that.
Sorry, Jason isn't here.
No, but
it's like two completely separate.
Dude, Jason and I are like 100% simpatico on this. Like, obviously he does a lot of stuff with Bob, RFinder Bob. I like RFinder Bob. He's literally like the quirkiest dude I hang out with when I go to Hamfest. But it doesn't do APRS, and it doesn't interoperate with APRS. Like, then that's not that big of a draw. I don't need to do digital that bad. I don't really care about digital that much.
That's why I won't own ICOM radios for any of that kind of stuff, because they don't do APRS. DPRS is bullshit. Sorry,
Don. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But I'll tell you what. The ICOM radio is way more convenient than a Yaesu radio if you're traveling.
I don't care.
That's fine. I'm just telling you. That's why I buy it.
Yeah. And I understand
because it's convenient.
But the thing that really makes me mad about that is Ray's response when you bring that up. That is just. I mean, well, we're going to do it our way. I'm sorry that you want it the other way, but we're going to do it our way. No. That doesn't work with anybody else. Nobody else does it that way. It's not the standard. Forget it, Ray. That is not what ICOM should be doing.
And they can do what they want.
They can, and I won't buy them.
I will tell you.
I've not bought an ICOM.
Don, I will tell you.
705 and a 7100.
The 7100 doesn't even have a GPS in it. Sorry.
Oh, so Don's talking about HF radio. Don buys ICOM HF radios. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
You've done that.
Yeah, the 705, by the way, is busted, and I haven't used it in like half a year.
Oh, the 705 is so good. It's like the best.
Well, mine's busted.
It's the best radio. I will say that every 6 months or so, I ask about APRS on the ICOM to Ray because I love it. I think that there is, of all the things you can do on VHF, UHF, APRS is like one of the best things. It is the gateway to HF. It is the gateway to true, like, complicated is probably the right word, functionality for interoperating, like sending messages, emails. You can do your POTA spots, soda spots with it specifically. All that stuff is just like, it's all on APRS. I was literally out with Randy and did the POTA soda spots with APRS, and it's good. It's really good. It's just there's not so many ham radio companies that want to make a good interface for it. I would say that the Yaesu interface could be way better. The Kenwood interface definitely could be better, but they're pretty much defunct at this point. I'd love to see an ICOM attempt at the interface for APRS. I would love to see that. And
that was a cool video, by the way, Josh, that you did with Randy. I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Go watch that video. Give it a thumbs up. My video is less popular than his video. Maybe it's that I'm more popular than he's popular. I don't think that's the case, though. So,
yeah, I've seen them both. They were both great.
I don't know, Josh. Your videos with the APRS and the HTs is inspiring. I've watched them all. I'm going to watch them all again.
Well, thank you. Randy and I, we have another video planned. I'll tell you, this is secret squirrel info. He wants to do a fox hunting video, and I was like, God damn it, Randy, that is like the best. I love it. And for those that don't know, we live in the hotbed of fox hunting. The Homing In website. Anybody follow the Homing In website where most of the major RDF information gets out? It's in Fullerton, California. It is like I could throw a rock into Fullerton from where I'm at. So we're doing it. It's gonna be
do they do it every weekend?
I think so. I think that club does.
Yeah, we do it every weekend. And by the way to do fox hunting is let everybody find the fox. One of the biggest problems I have. Yes. But that's how we do it. Everybody has to find the fox. When they find the fox, they take a QR code off the box, and that goes into the website saying, okay, this guy.
Yep.
Yeah. And so they know that you found it, and then you walk away, and the next guy is still out there for the next guy. And that goes on for the entire 3 days of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then we collect them up all during the week, and then we spin at the end of at the meeting to figure out who's going to win the $50 HRO gift certificate for this month.
By the way, that's Randy. Randy wants to do the fox hunting video, and I was like, hell yeah, dude! I would love to do this. So, by the way, for everybody that doesn't know, the thing that Leia is the most interested in ham radio is fox hunting. She wants to know how to RDF people. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, Leia. So the fact that Randy wants to do it and my wife wants to do it, this is going to be like a good video, hopefully, if I can get my wife involved in it. But we'll see.
You know what you should do, though, is do fox hunting on GMRS. There should be no reason.
I don't have a beacon. I don't have a beacon on GMRS. I have a couple of ham radio beacons.
We build our own. So I mean, it doesn't matter what the radio is. We could put any radio onto a Raspberry Pi.
Any frequency? Okay, so Don, let's talk.
It's the radio that's the frequency, right?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't have I have a little tiny coin battery. I've got multiple like beacons for ham radio, but I don't have a GMRS. I don't have a GMRS beacon. So
ours are recorded.
I actually think I'd probably get in trouble for doing a beacon on GMRS. I think that might be illegal.
I was gonna say, are they illegal?
I don't know because you can give your call sign. But every so often.
I don't know. I don't know that's true.
I don't know.
But how again, go back to what we've said in the past. Who's going to be out there that's going to catch you?
Well, you could probably do it on FRS maybe.
Yeah, but Don, then we're going to make a video that no one's going to watch. Because if I say I threw an illegal beacon into a tree, that's GMRS,
but we don't,
I'm not going to do that.
I don't know that it is illegal. Because I don't know what you're saying is a beacon. Why a beacon would be, because all you're doing is transmitting every, that's what we do is about every 5 minutes.
A beacon is anything that automatically transmits without your person in control. That's a beacon, right? I don't know that beacons are legal in GMRS.
Too.
Yeah, I don't think they're legal. I don't know.
But are they specifically illegal?
Well, if someone tells me they're not illegal, I'll do it. But I guess I'll look.
And that's my only point, honestly. If it is illegal, don't do it. But yeah, I just think it would be great if it was legal for Randy to be able to share that with his buddies.
That's the best part about this is that Randy doesn't have to transmit to do fox hunt. We can do it on ham radio bands. I can give him an HT, and he just
that's true. He's got bow things, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he's got lots of bow things.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I can show him how I can show him how Yagis work and offset attenuators and all that stuff, and how to use harmonics to get you dialed in right on the point. Yeah, hell yeah. So we're gonna do that's probably the next Randy video is fox hunt.
Yeah,
plus you can learn all about the fun of reflections and all that good stuff.
Yeah, my club puts out 5
Jody nailed it
beacons,
with that device.
5 beacons a month, and you can find basically these guys go out I don't, but these other guys go out and they literally spend a couple hours usually finding all 5 beacons or for all 5 radios.
Yeah, I want everybody to understand. I've been very cognizant of the legalities of ham radio and broadcasting it on the internet. I'm not going to try and mix other services into that. I will do videos on other services, but I'm not going to make a video where I end up getting myself in trouble. I'm not doing that. I will not do that.
Do you have a GMRS license?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just curious.
I think I got it
I have
2
one.
years ago. I think I've had it.
I have
Yeah,
one.
I do
I
too.
don't have a radio for it, but
Oh, I do. I have a K1000, in fact. And I've got the Ed Fong J-pole, too.
oh, for GMRS.
Yeah, so I can put it up. And then Ed Fong just came out with which I can't imagine that they haven't had for like ever. But he just came out with a Slim Jim type. So, just take it and throw it up in a tree type.
That's a good question you put up there.
Yeah, the Ed Fong that I originally got is the kind that goes in the pipe for outdoor installation.
So, Josh, what I'm hearing is you don't want to end up like that guy up in Idaho.
Yeah, no.
Funny thing about that guy. So, some of the guys that I deal with the VE stuff up in Washington, one guy comes over from Idaho, and he knows that guy personally. And so, I think there's a lot more to that story.
The guy.
Yeah,
who,
yeah.
So
absolutely.
So apparently he commented on my video about like I don't know the full story and wait to hear more and all that. So what do you know more?
I don't know any more about the story, but the guy was definitely doing the wrong thing. There's no two ways about it. And I mean, he lost his VE credentials and a bunch of other stuff too. So yeah, there's more to it, but I think he's making out like he's a victim, and I don't think that's true.
That's what it seems like. Dwight T, thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do get that. That's part of the reason this illegality stuff is the reason I don't do all this prepping stuff, and I don't believe in all this income stuff because I think a lot of it is borderline illegal.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is that a lot of this comes down to the thought that you're going to be operating in a no laws world. I mean, that's kind of what preparing exists as to a point, is this hypothetical world that doesn't exist. We don't know that it will ever exist, but people still put money into it as though it is going to be a thing.
Yeah.
And
so
comms,
it's a fantasy you spend money on. I get it.
Right. So comms have become a part of that. The problem is that most of these people, and we didn't get to the point where I really wanted to get to, is there was a complaint about like weight that you carry when you're out portable or whatever, and you have to carry bullets and radios and you're doing all this preparedness stuff or whatever. I would argue like there are no fatter people most of the time than preppers. I again, pie slice of humanity, we're probably the same level of fatness as ham radio operators as preppers. Yeah. I believe that we're all pie hitters. The majority of the time, we're all pie hitters. We're all going to be hitting that pie versus hitting that plate with bullets.
Well, that video to me is targeted at those guys that go out every freaking weekend and do paintball practice and air rifle, or what is that air rifle stuff where
airsoft.
Airsoft,
they could be doing
those kind of guys.
They could be just doing straight range time. I don't care. I just don't believe that the capability that they think they have with radio is actually commensurate to what they think they can actually do. Like
it's the fitness level I'm talking about, not the radio capability. They don't.
Can I just give a suggestion that I do as a type of prepping? Hi everyone. Hi Josh.
Oh, Minolta's here. Oh my
god. Hey, it's going well. Just quick thing, Josh. I got my girlfriend to watch your videos, so she's getting her license. So that's a thing.
Wow,
Okay.
fantastic.
Yeah.
What's more
All right.
shocking? We're getting your license to your girlfriend.
I got her interested on ham with FT8 of all things. Don't understand.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but what I do is I go camping. Her and I go camping. We go hiking and stuff. We just came off a hike today. I subscribe to something I call dual use, which is I'll spend a little extra money to get something that can work in a STFF sort of scenario. So I have a Coleman gas grill, but I have the dual fuel one, and I got an attachment that can take propane because I'm on the East Coast. So I remember Sandy. And, I have a Coleman dual fuel lantern, but also a propane one. Like, I think that's not like, spending thousands of dollars on things you never use, but you can also you use it when you go camping. But just in case things go south, I have a stove, I have light, I have power, that might be a thing, like a suggestion. And then just straight up prepping for the end times. That was my two thoughts.
Well, you definitely announced your presence, so thank you, Manilta, for joining us.
I was just a suggestion because
yes, cooking things is important. Paul,
no,
go ahead.
Not cooking. I meant more like instead of spending thousands of dollars on some sort of stove that you can only use, like a solar stove, wouldn't it make more sense to use something? To buy something that you're going to use more often, that you can learn how to use, but can take multiple different types of fuel. That can take multiple different types of, what
are we talking about?
Well, I'm talking about
Minolta. I get it. I get it.
I was talking about what Don was saying.
Okay, let's go to Paul. Paul, take it away.
Well, first of all, I can make fire, and I use this old stuff called wood.
Yes.
That's first.
I'm giving
that was not what I was making a comment about. But I thought it was kind of funny that people were worried about dual purpose, dual types of fuel. And if you know how to make fire, you will be able to sustain yourself. But it's more important to figure out how to get water and how to get shelter. If you can get water, shelter, and some fire, you have about a 50% chance of surviving the apocalypse. But anyway, what I was what kind of hit me is that when you look online to buy plate carriers, does everybody know what a plate carrier is? It holds your bulletproof
I hate
plate.
those things.
Okay. Well, if you get a ceramic one that fits your body better, they're actually kind of nice. But you can now get a plate carrier up to 5x. 5x.
Now you're elite pie hitter status.
5x. I mean, 5x.
That's so you can take your kids with you.
Well, you know, 5x is your basic 450, 500-pound, 5'10" guy who has a really nice gun collection, but can't shoulder the weapon because his arms aren't long enough.
Right, but we're gonna disparage the HF operators who like to go hang out in a Tom's trailer because they can't ruck. By the way, there's a part in that video where he's talking about how he has an 80-pound rucksack. Most of us cannot huck
military
80-pound rucksack.
Only about 50 at the
most. Most of us in this chat cannot just schlep 80-pound rucksacks in any kind of distance of usefulness.
I have a guy that will carry my rucksack when it's over 40 pounds. And that guy gets paid because I am not carrying a rucksack anymore. The problem is that most people are extraordinarily paranoid. And they think that, this apocalypse is coming. There's the great civil war coming. And we're going to be fighting China and Russia and the Third World War. The truth is that if that scenario actually comes up, based on my humble experience, we're all going to be gone. I mean, the end of Earth comes very quickly when nuclear options are triggered.
Yeah, I want to be really clear. For all the young guys that are watching this right now, they're like, my bag was 85 pounds, 80 pounds. You're not most people. You are the exception to the rule. You are the people that we're gonna get to die because we want you to defend us. Those guys, right?
But the people who are ex-military were also being pushed and being trained over months to carry that 80.
Right. And then you also get to live with that for the rest of your life, where your back is totally wrecked from carrying that much weight on your back. Right?
Yeah, my two herniated discs and handle
yeah.
15 pounds.
I'm not saying
we need a military thread for us guys to trade our war wounds.
Yeah. So, by the way, this video today was about getting as light as possible with ham radio, like sub 5 pounds, easily sub 5 pounds. So there you go. Light your pack. Always lighten your pack. Whatever you can do, light your pack. That's the best thing.
Ultralight jerk.
Yeah, always ultralight jerk. Cut your toothbrushes in half.
That's why you have to carry a 22 instead of a 223.
No, that's why you step down.
Ammo.
That's why you step down from a 45 and a 40 to a 9mm. So you get twice the bullets, the same weight, though. So you're good.
Well, I personally go with a personal. I'd rather have a pistol caliber carbine in 9mm and a 9mm and carry enough rounds to make it through the first 3 days. That's all that's really important.
There you go. Hey,
there's a reason why we carried those 22s. They're very quiet, and you get your work done getting food.
There you go.
I love squirrels.
Paul, you going to Huntsville by chance?
As a matter of fact, I am not. Okay. I had planned on going to Huntsville. Unfortunately, I took a little spill. My herniated disc ended up causing me to get this is without getting into too much. I had an epidural. So I'm just getting back to walking as opposed to being able to, run around Huntsville. I was really looking forward to Huntsville, but I'll be at Hamcation in February.
Yeah, I'll catch you there. All right, bud. Well, I just needed to check, make sure I get all my bases covered. Man. So anyway, that live, I will pull that video from the Twitch and use some of it, but I will likely have to live react to most of that video.
Oh, I agree. There's a lot of derogatory stuff in there. It has no use for this crew.
Yeah,
needs a good rebuttal.
I think so. I think that I think that they're not wrong, but they're talking to people that don't exist. They're solving a problem that doesn't exist. Like, a lot of people get really upset with having a ham license, and I just don't understand why. I've never heard someone give me a good example of why, backed up with evidence. You can make all the claims you want. I don't care. Everybody makes assertions every day, hardcore assertions.
The most common one I see sometimes, it's more not like ham license. It's the ham plates.
Yeah, don't get a ham plate. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, on everyone on Reddit. Yeah.
But why not get a ham license? Like, what? Oh, because the government's gonna know about me. They already know everything about you, man. And they're gonna find out anything they want to, and it's not the ham license that's gonna draw them in.
What about the publishing of the license holding location? I know, like, you could do a PO box like I have, but some people are just lazy or don't have it.
Yeah. So the reality is like, who's coming after you? Why are you so important that someone's coming after you?
Yeah, I don't understand that paranoia, Josh. Here in the UK, every part of your life is connected in one way or the other to some kind of government agency. Who the hell is going to chase you? You've got to do something pretty stupid before they wake up.
Like,
yeah, you got to be doing something wrong for them to want to track you. And the whole, like, using the address in your call sign and whatnot. Like, if somebody looks at your call sign, they can find your name. If you exist in the world, the amount of like OSINT material and this, like, from personal experience, the amount of stuff that I could find in 5 minutes on just using a first and last name through public records, like, it doesn't matter. Like, anybody, like, you can just OSINT it. The government doesn't even have to do it. Any Joe with the internet access can find out whatever they want.
So here's a blast from the past. People probably remember back, like, when you used to load firewalls onto your OS because you didn't have the router yet. You had the direct connection. Everyone's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get hacked." There was always the thing of like, "Hey, am I gonna get hacked?" It's like, no, you're never important enough.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares what nobody cares unless it's like an Indian scammer that wants to like rob your grandmother of Google cards.
Bad lottery.
That's just like not the same thing. That's not the same thing. Like you're talking about an oppressive force that's looking for you. Most people will never line up to be oppressed by an oppressive force. They don't care. Like no one cares. There is this concept of no one is the main character in a movie. We are just a part of the same society. We are human beings. We are not main characters in our own storyline. It doesn't exist. So no one's hunting for you. No one's looking for you unless you are a super bad actor that must be found. And this is for the same people that illegally operate. Most people don't care. I'll be the first ham radio operator to tell you. Most people don't give a shit. Like, nobody cares. If you are transmitting illegally and you're in the backwoods with your buddies on Baofangs, no one cares. There's no one coming for you. No one cares. The only people who care is like either a Karen, which is the least important thing, and it could be a Kyle, I guess, or a Karen. No one cares. But to the government sense, they're probably not looking for you. They don't care. And so wait, Liberty Cave says that is not the lesson history. That is not the lesson of history, Josh. Please elucidate me, please. I would appreciate that, Liberty Cave. I'm not trying to call you out. I actually do want to understand this. So nobody cares. Like they really don't care. There, I will restate my thought.
If you did that over here in the UK, eventually somebody would care. You know, if you had big power or you want a band where you shouldn't be, eventually they will do something about it.
Yeah, you got a small community though. Like literally the island of your whole country, we can drive in 3 hours. As Americans, we'll be like, that's a fun Sunday.
That's driving to Huntsville for me.
Right.
Yeah, driving to Seattle for me.
What about people who are like, oh, I'll just use the radio when, shit hits the fan and I just can use it then.
I made a video on this.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying things I've heard,
No, yeah, so Minolta, I made a video on this. Those people are woefully inequipped to be able to do anything in an emergency. It's not a Wait, I'll go back. How many people have bought guns that they put in a safe with a bunch of loaded magazines? They're like, I'll use it when the emergency comes. I think a gun, and I've said this in videos, and people came at me really hard. They're like, guns are way harder to use than radios. I'm like, bullshit. Like a gun, if you know how it functions mechanically, you point it in the direction and go bang, 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 bang. And yes, I know how guns work. I'm actually very proficient in firearms. A radio, though, to be able to be consistent with your communication, Razor Madman says radios are easy. Shut up. There's no way that you're going to give somebody a radio and be like, make a contact. Make a contact with the right people. Go ahead, do it. There's no way. There's no way.
I can't even get after radios on my UV3 R to work.
Wait, Liberty Cave said some stuff. Where's Liberty Cave? Cambodia, why were millions of peasants murdered? What does that have to do with my question?
I think
because they all had Baofangs.
Because they had glasses? Because they all had glasses. And Pol Pot
glasses and Baofangs.
Because they had glasses, and glasses meant ham radio operators, and they were nerds.
Pol Pot was a very bad person.
No, they murdered over nerds, doctors, and professionals.
Yeah, so but that's not the answer to my question. I'm literally not calling you out.
The poor people murdered everybody else. It's not the poor people that got murdered. It was all they got pissed off with the doctors charging them loads of money.
He's bringing up things like the Holocaust, like similar to the Holocaust, basically like the Armenians, the Jews, the Germans.
What does that have to do with radio operation?
Which are completely different than. and saying the government provides them from you saying the bad people. I think he's looking at it too deep. Like I personally have used one of my bow things on FRS to communicate with my kids on those Radiodity pig FRS radios. The FCC hasn't kicked down my door yet. I don't hear the helicopters coming, so
you'll get a knock tomorrow.
Well, I'm one of the only people that has been tracked down by the government for operating illegally. It can happen, only if they can be bothered.
Well, the guy in Idaho, he was tracked down by the FCC because he was acting like an idiot and making attention to himself.
He turned himself in, though. I mean, he admitted it to the sheriff.
Yeah. So let me step back and just make sure everybody that's watching us on stream, it doesn't matter if you get licensed or not. If you're transmitting, people can find out where you're transmitting from. No one is free banding. There are no pirates. They all get found out eventually if they piss people off enough. I'll just point that out.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Some rando on GMRS is fine because obviously no one's probably going to care, or like FRS, my kids, the FCC is probably not going to care. I'm not interfering. I'm hearing some construction workers. There was, though, that people that do get caught is the guy in Idaho. There's also some kids, I think. Some kids or some random people in New York were picked up by the Hatzola ambulance service in New York because they were interfering in the bell things transmitted in like 151 something, which is the Hatzola ambulance dispatch channel.
Yes.
They got caught for that because you're obviously interfering. But yeah, that's when you get caught. You interfere with crap.
To be honest, that's the one thing that hams are begging the FCC to take enforcement against people that are deliberately, maliciously interfering with repeaters and stuff like that, and they can't be bothered.
Well, so here's an interesting line my wife said in the podcast we did this week. So I don't know if you listen to the podcast, but if you do, Ham Radio Crash Course podcast, wherever you podcast. But she basically made the point of, if you don't self-police or you don't take care of your organization or the community that you're involved in, someone will step in to help you out, right? So the reason why ham radio is always considered a self-policing hobby is because we don't want people to step in and help us out. And help us out is the form of government control, government telling us what we can and cannot do and enforcing that. And so for everybody who says, I hate the 435, why does the 435 exist? Why does 7.200 have so many toxic people? Well, that's just like the Mos Eisley Cantina. It's the little place where they all live, and if we leave them there, then it's fine. But if it starts getting more pervasive than that, and people start getting out there and making a crazy situation on ham radio, then we're going to get more help. I hope everybody understands that. So far, we've been able to have a great hobby, a great situation where we can go out on our weekends and activate radio and have MCOM solutions on the radio and avoid certain frequencies and be able to get on the air without any problem. That is our, I guess, or everybody that's involved in it, even the bad actors, just saying, hey, I guess we won't make a total trash pile of this whole thing. So that's kind of the point. If we don't at least maintain some level of mediocrity and commonplace where we can all interoperate, then we're going to get help. And the help is not the help you want. The FCC was defunded to a large degree. But here's the problem with that. If the FCC had policing funds, then they would step in and say, oh, no, you can't do that on radio for the sanctity of ham radio, blah, blah, blah. Here's the problem. If FCC can't do that, then a higher level of government would be like, well, we should just sell this off because these people can't get their act together. We should sell this off to companies that will pay us more because it is worth a lot more. Our bands of operation, the places where we talk on RF, is more valuable than anything anybody consider. We had a ham club in California that had IP4 leases that sold them for millions of dollars. What is that? That's the byproduct of ham radio. Our bands are worth even more than that. And if we're bad actors on those bands, they're going to get sold off. They're going to go to some nameless corporation, and then you, the nameless prepper who doesn't want to get licensed, will have to fight with a company that says, I don't care. I got a disguised palm tree with a bunch of amps of power, and I will totally blast over all of your shit, and I don't care what you're talking about because I'm actually not connected to this frequency. I'm just transmitting on the frequency space that I'm allowed to. Nameless corporations will take away our bands. That's the reason why licensing exists, is nameless corporations want your frequencies. Nameless corporations want to make it a part of their business model. So because of that, that is why you get licensed. To prevent, it's just like the Second Amendment. I swear everybody who comes at me with this bullshit of like, oh, I'm just going to free ban that, then you're the same problem we go through with the Second Amendment. Yeah, absolutely. Do whatever you want. Sure, I'm in support of you being free, but at the end of the day, we have to have numbers that say we have to defend what we have, and the only way to defend what we have is by getting that license. Having a number attached to people that are using those frequencies. Period. Straight up. Yeah, 3D printers go burr. Believe me, I'm straight up with you. Literally in different ways. But okay.
And that's why we're supposedly able to interface with the government. And
no. I don't want to interface with the government. I don't want to interface with the government. I'll hand them a note in homeroom period. I don't care. We need to protect our bands because literal corporations want your frequencies. Straight up. Like all this like posturing of I'm a prepper, they're going to come get me if my address is there. Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares.
It's already happened in Australia, Josh.
Major corporations want your frequencies. They want these ham radio frequencies.
It happened in the 90s.
And if you don't do something about it, they're going to be gone. And then, yeah, you can pirate the hell out of them, but you know what? They don't care because they're using digital modes that the phones connect on, and it's a faceless organization that's not connected to anything. So there you go.
They did the same thing. They did the same thing with digital TV, or with analog TV and cell stations.
Go ahead, comment. Go ahead.
Hey, Josh, I was going to comment on an email back for somebody was talking about what the ARRL does for us. At a ham fest, we were talking with the ARRL rep for Texas, or he's out of Texas, but he's the regional guy. And he actually told anybody who would listen that you need to get in contact with your senator and your representative personally, as opposed to them trying to fight at the government at that level. You needed to get your congressman on board because there's absolutely no winning in a battle of HOAs or FCC, but getting your representative on board with the FCC's plan or your idea of what the FCC should be doing for you is a much better tool, and it is. Instead of paying somebody to lobby for you at the national level with two professional lobbyists going head to head over some bill that nobody cares about except the multi-billion-dollar corporation for HOAs, let's say.
So let me be real with you. The Walter Mondales of the world and the Walter Cronkites of the world are gone. We don't have ham radio operators that wear it on their chest, aside from the NBC correspondent that I had on my live stream. And a lot of people gave him a bunch of crap about political things that don't matter. Like they don't like that he's like more liberal than he is conservative. He's a ham radio operator, guys. Help him out. Support him. So at some point, we had a Walter Mondale in government, right? And helped out and lobbied for ham radio. We don't have anybody like that right now. And the ARRL is hamstrung to do what they can, but they don't have congressmen and senators that are ham radio operators. We don't have people that are seated in the government. We look like a novelty to the government. We look like a joke.
That was the guy's point, was to make your as many reps as you have in your state, because there's not many in Oklahoma, but make them aware of the hobby, of what we do for citizens, and the reason for us being, and why the FCC keeps us in band.
So hear me out. Hear me out. You want a grassroots effort? Here's a grassroots effort. Grassroots effort is like we have nothing and we build a base in which we can stand upon, right? That's a grassroots effort. We have been carrying ourselves along as amateur radio operators on the heels of people who are in seats of power that were also ham radio operators. And they kind of shielded us from the realities of what we're going through. We are now in a world where the only seats of government that people are ham radio operators are NASA astronauts. And the rest of them don't really give a damn if they're ham radio operators or not, and they're definitely not consistently calling it out as being an important hobby that they care about. So either you get out there and start pulling your weight and saying this is important things that we care about, or you start lobbying on behalf of ham radio. But do you know how complicated that is? Do you know how difficult that is to say against an HOA? An HOA is like, oh, yo, dog, I'm just protecting property values. I'm out here, they spend a lot of money. My job, protect them, protect their value. How hard is it to compete against that? To say, well, I want to put a wire up in my backyard because it's valuable for emergencies that I can't really quantify.
Yeah, make sure to bring up things like Mount St. Helens, 9/11, Boston Marathon.
Be an Uber prepper when you start talking about this. Yeah, it's going to go over really well. It's going to go over real well.
Well, I mean, just bring it up because that was hams who helped that when all the cell all the cell systems went down, things like that.
No, but the problem is that everybody sees ham radio as kind of like a doomsday thing now. We've turned into almost a doomsday.
Well, I mean, try not to make it sound like that, but just say that it did, in fact, aid in those.
Well, I mean, so I tell people I do ham radio, people go, wait, people still do that? Or they think it's CB. So
Right. Yep.
Although, have you tried to get, one of your congressmen or senators to field day or one of your events?
Yeah, it's bonus points too at field day. If you bring government officials, it's bonus points.
Okay.
I'm gonna make one comment that every year the what the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon is? You ever heard of it? Our Oklahoma club comes together for the marathon every year and saves the city government, and if you put a price tag on it, I think it was somewhere close to, I can't even remember the number of man hours. It was astronomical amount of money that we saved just by volunteering for a 6-hour event on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend. And you're amazed at what the price tag would be if you had a group of professionals to actually have to pay the group of professionals to do what we do as a hobby. So those kind of things have to be publicized, and that's just one little thing, but it's a huge event for Oklahoma City. So
let me hit this up here. So Sergeant, where is it? Sergeant Aton, he's got a big point that he's trying to make, and I'm going to shrink this down here so we get it all in. Here's my problem. So, you ready for my hot take on this? Infighting ham radio solves nothing. Pointing at other ham radio operators and saying, you're bad, and I'm good, or you're like, I don't want to do that, that's icky, does nothing. Who cares if they rag you about health problems? I don't care. I just don't want them to be jerks. I just want them to help out people getting started in ham radio. The question is, Sergeant Adon, and everybody watching is, what have you done for ham radio? I'm not going to call out some magical hypothetical ham and be like, what have you done to help out ham radio? Although, maybe I am right now in saying this. But, like, we can always point at each other and say, like, you could do better. But you better believe that as you point out that one finger, you got 3 fingers pointed back at you that said, what have you done better for ham radio? So everybody who does that crap, I want it to just stop. Like, please, everybody, do what you can to grow ham radio, because we don't have Walter Mondales. We don't have Cronkites. We don't have any of those major people in the media that kind of floated ham radio along. It is literally under our own backs that it will grow, and it will die under our own backs right now, like, period. Straight up.
I guess that's what's kind of interesting to me about the video from S2 Underground in general is what's his whole point? Like, what's preventing him from using ham radio in the way that he wants to use it? He's pointing at all these other people and saying that you're not using it the way I want you to use it. Right. I guess that's what it is, which is a whole different issue. But yeah, it's like there's nothing preventing people from using ham radio in the way that you want to use it to prepare yourself and your community.
Right.
It doesn't matter if someone's on 7.2, talking about politics. Like, who cares? Like, just, you can still do your own thing regardless of what other people are doing. And if you're using everyone else as an excuse to not do that, that's on you. But yeah, the free banding thing is a whole nother thing.
So Liberty Cave, restate your complaint, because I'm not getting down on preppers at all. I am you. You are me. I'm a prepper, straight up. Like, I'm probably more prepared than most of the people that are talking right now. Straight up. I don't know what else to say. Like, tell me how I screwed up. All I'm saying is that, like, we are on our own. That's it. Straight up.
You were talking about Barry Goldwater?
Yeah, I meant Barry Goldwater. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Every time I'm like, Walter Mondale was a ham? I don't think so.
Walter Mondale was a ham.
Barry
Walter Mondale was a ham. Yeah, he absolutely was. He absolutely was.
Okay. That surprised me.
I believe so. Tell me I'm wrong. All I'm trying to say, regardless of the people, whatever, there were human beings in vaulted points of power that were actual hams. We don't have them now, other than, like, astronauts and stuff. So we're on our own.
I mean, Cronkite was for sure.
Cronkite.
And he was famous. So was Peter Jennings.
Hey, John. There's another way to say what you were saying, and basically it boils down to be your best Boy Scout and be prepared for what's coming. And the best way to do that is to get a license so that you can actively participate in your hobby of radio a lot more easily and not have to worry about the boogeyman coming to get you, or the big man, or whatever, 1984 or whatever.
It's twofold. The first fold is the government wants to sell the frequencies away. They want to sell them to companies that will pay buku dollars for the better frequencies, 440, 70 centimeters, for instance, that kind of stuff. You better believe there are companies that will pay for that, right? The second is, we're kind of our own worst enemies, right? We get out there and we make people feel bad about it when they are hams, right? So we've got the government that wants to take the ham radio bans away. And then we're also kind of super negative towards people. And then you got the prepper involvement, which, by the way, I'm not mad at any preppers. I am of you. I just don't understand the I won't get licensed concept, because we need you to get licensed, because if you don't, then the numbers don't add up, and then they sell the bans. And then now you're not competing against a bunch of guys just chatting in the woods. You're competing against major companies that are using those same frequencies. You can still free band. You can still be a pirate. You can still do all that stuff. But you're going to be competing with all these international companies that are like, hey, I'm just going to do whatever I want. And I'm a faceless corporation, and I have no I have no way that anybody can police what I'm doing.
Russian,
right?
Yeah, especially with those lawyers they've got too.
I'm not. Go ahead. Comment.
We've got a situation over here at the moment with the Olympics happening in France. The French radio ministry has allocated 2 meters as a band to be used by the athletes with handhelds. So thus making it without prior consultation to the rest of Europe, they have basically given away the 2 meter band during the Olympics.
Yeah, I think they've done that with a couple of the HF bands too on 40.
Yeah, and on 23 SEMs, they're used, and with no consultation with the French amateur radio, because I don't know what happens in France. I mean, back when we did the Olympics, Ofcom published what frequencies were going to be used by who and why. They missed all the amateur bands completely. They were very close either side, but they weren't actually in any of the amateur bands. That's one thing that's recently happening, and there's a group of British radio hams that are quite getting upset. The ones that live on that side of the coast are getting quite upset that they might, lose because they're only 20 miles away at the shortest. Whether they're 1 watt handhelds or what, it don't make no difference. They're going to be heard.
So check this out. So South Florida DCL, I normally don't just go so hot into the comments, but what the hell? Why not? The airwaves are free. No one can charge. Great. That's what Verizon and AT&T thinks, and that's why they're going to steamroll right into the frequencies that you're using, and you can't use them anymore because they're transmitting on encrypted digital modes, and you can't police who or where they're transmitting from. So you can keep talking big, but everything you think exists for free in an open space like a forest and a meadow that you walk into that is dew-laden and beautiful in the early morning. Nothing exists like that in RF. Everyone wants your frequencies. Everyone wants to take them from you. Everyone wants them at any moment. And so you can keep pretending that the airwaves are free. Yes. Oh, they're so free. Oh, free. Like the summer morning. Nothing is free because RF space and radio space is actually finite. It's a finite spot. And you have major corporations that want your frequency space. So you can keep pretending. You can keep pretending. You can keep pretending that you're just an accessory. I'm riding on. I'm just using this. I just got my Baofeng. It's good. Complete lies and complete understanding of the science behind it. Our frequencies are in threat all the time by so many people, so many corporations, and they want to take them at any moment. And we're just little jerks out here experimenting with radio, and the fact that there are government organizations that say, yes, you can keep doing that is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Valuable, but crazy. To pretend that you can play light of it because I don't get a license, I'm just as good as you are. Bullshit. It's total garbage, and it pisses me off. Go ahead.
It happened in Australia. If you look at the Australian band plan, you'll find there's a hole in the middle of 80 meters. The Australian hams, there's always been a lot of argument as to who has what. There was such disarray in it that the Australian government went, fudge all this, sold off this large gap in the middle of 80 meters to a large communications corporation, Barrett, who now when you go in the middle of 80 meters, there's a big gap that no one's allowed to transmit in because the Australian government got peed off with the Australian radio hams for not getting together and organising a proper schedule of works.
I want everybody to know, everybody that's a free bander and everybody watching this, I am more on your side than you can imagine. I am more on taking power away from the government than you can possibly understand. You don't know me. You really don't know me. But what I'm telling you is true. There are faceless corporations that want these frequencies. They want to kick us out of these frequencies to use them to their heart's content for commercial purposes, to make money. And we're here as Ham saying, no, we're here. We are going to do this job. Job's the wrong word. I totally butchered this. We're going to totally be involved and engaged in this hobby and service because we can. And that's the point. If you don't do that, if you don't get licensed, then you can't complain when there are digital signals everywhere on every band that you can't deal with because they're transmitting at higher powers than you can't, because they got more money than you have. Then they have more hardware than you can put on the air. That's why ham radio exists right now, is to prevent that. Well, it's not why. It's to continue radio, but you get the idea, I hope.
Yeah, if you don't want to get
the name of your channel says it all, Josh. Ham Radio Course.
What was
that? I'll let you go first.
Say it again. You roboted out.
Oh, sorry, I copied on you. I think the name of your channel pretty much speaks for what you're saying. Ham Radio Crash Course.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we lost you. See, this is the problem.
Copy.
No, you're coming in and out, man.
You're coming in and out a little bit.
I hear part of it, but you're coming in and out. Look, Florida.
All right, I got green again.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
Well, I think there's a lot of YouTube channels out there. Don't feel like everybody's in it for mutual benefit of getting people licensed or, growing the hobby.
Well, I am. I don't care about other channels. I love all the other channels, but I am here because I want you all to get licensed because of this. Because of what Southern Florida DCL is. And by the way, Southern Florida DCL, if we ever meet in person, I'm your friend. We'll talk about all this stuff. I feel like we have ham radio is complicated. Ham radio is super complicated. There are difficulties in explaining this information, and I try my ass off to make this easy for people to understand. And I'm literally diving in pretty hard on this topic on this Afterchat because it's come up a lot, and obviously with the S2 Underground chat. Didn't mean to piss you off. You didn't piss me off, but you made me passionate and energized about this conversation. But the airwaves are free, then why pay for it? See, that's the crux of it. That's the crux. That's the whole thing. The airwaves are free. You're right. You're completely right. Are you going to put up a huge amplifier station to protect your airwaves? They're free until someone encroaches on them. That's the reality of the airwaves. The airwaves are transient zones, just like on HF.
Look at our net.
If I call CQ and I vacate that frequency for 5 minutes, you better believe someone's going to start calling on that frequency after I stepped away because I made it hot and now they're making contacts on it. It's transient by nature. So if you're not going to step in there and put a big station on a big amplifier to say, this is my frequency and all these adjacent frequencies are my frequencies, then it can't be just laissez-faire airwaves. We have band plans because of that. We have to. Otherwise, you'll have AT&T sliding in there and Verizon and everybody else, and they have better amplifiers than all of us combined. That's the point. That's the point of all of this. Corporations will always bring more ammo to bear than we can.
Government likes money, too.
Yeah, and the government will support them. So that's the thing. Oddly enough, the FCC, and I'm not defending the FCC. I'm not a big fan of the FCC. But oddly enough, your license prevents the larger government from taking these frequencies away because you're on the frequencies and using them. That's it. That's the whole point.
The way I see it is it's sort of like a landlord trying to evict a squatter almost, because the way they see it, they shouldn't belong there and they're just
Yeah, but imagine if the
there.
landlord was Verizon and they just wanted to fill the
imagine,
apartment building
imagine,
with 5G antennas. Like that's what we're talking about. Like
imagine if it was a faceless corporation and you're just a number they're trying to get down.
But hear me out. What if the apartment building was full of humans and Verizon was like, all the humans got to go because we got to fill all these tenement spots with 5G antennas, faceless, non-trackable, non-dealable RF generators for our commercial product that we're selling. That's the antithesis of ham radio. Antithesis. Come on, everybody, come on.
It's like commercializing public property almost, I guess.
And it's wide-banded.
I don't know what it is. It just seems wrong to me. That's what I mean.
I want somebody to give me a good argument why they shouldn't get licensed. Straight up. Like I want it. Because the only thing you can tell me is that like
Crowder.
I'm literally a boat captain. I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't want to be a part of your society. I want to be wholly removed. I want no value from anything that this society puts forward, and just free band. You don't exist, man. You don't exist. Like, this society, we're a part of it. We're a part of ham radio operation. We're a part of using the radio. We don't want faceless corporations taking our frequencies array. This is why the ARRL exists. This is why you should get licensed. Straight up. And please tell me why I'm wrong. Please give me a good argument. I'll hear you. I've been nothing but respectful. I want to hear it, but please, bring it. I want to hear it.
The tests are too much. Not stuff I've said, but I've heard. I try to get people licenses. The tests are too hard. It's too. I know.
Minolta, you are the worst person to be talking about this. You're.
Oh no, I know, but I will say one thing. I will say one thing. I talk about ham radio all the time. I write my master's thesis on the use of it in international affairs. I've written multiple papers and presentations on it, and I really promote it within my university. But when people tell me, they're like, it seems like a lot of work. It seems like it's very hard. And I point them to your YouTube channel and everything. And a lot of people are like, it just seems like a lot of extra work. Well, it seems hard.
So straight up, I want more technicians to get access to HF frequencies. I think the tests are kind of BS. I do. I think in a large part they existed in a past world that doesn't acknowledge the reality. 10 meters is only good every 11 years, right? 10 meters for technicians is worthless. They need some piece of the game. Straight up. 20 meters, 40 meters, I don't care what it is. Give them a piece. Get them on HF. Get them on HF. I'm down. Give them the work bands. Yeah, hell yeah. I don't care. I want technicians on HF. And if that's what's keeping people out, I'll fight. I'll fight for you. I've been fighting for you. I got no problem with that.
I can tell you one thing. I did a presentation on the use of HF radio comes to propaganda. It's the whole thing. But I used my propagation map from my station, and I showed with a small amount of power, I'm able to reach, all the continents of the world. And people in my course were surprised. I was like, yeah, you can talk to the whole world. And, then I said, oh yeah, you need to get 2 licenses. Then you could see people stopped caring. But I think it's at least for younger people, at least what I've seen is that when I tell people I have QSL cards, or I talk to people in Ukraine and Russia, if people get interested, I think it's that kind of aspect, I think draws people in. Look, I'm not the best ham radio operator. I got my extra by memorizing all the answers, but I tried.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, but I try to. I share the hobby whenever I can, and the big thing people say is it's the test, or what you said about the general, about the fact that they have to hit their general to do HF. People don't want to do it, yeah.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, Minolta, you said your girlfriend got interested in ham because of FT8 and your QSL cards when you originally told.
Yeah, I'm in my room right now. I have 3 core ports filled with QSL cards. I put them on my wall. But yeah, they see the grids tracker map and all this stuff, and they're like, wow, you could talk to some guy in, South Africa or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's not just some guy downtown, and it's not. I mean, I know we're talking about prepping, but for a lot of people, at least in college or whatever, they see prepping as either something that their dads do, or they don't want it, they don't have the money. But talking to someone new, out there is like a whole. It's crazy.
Oh, I love this. I love this comment from Ron. I'm finding a lot of cybersecurity people are getting their license. Yes, I love that. Okay, so regardless of all of this, straight up, like anybody in the chat on YouTube or Twitch, the link is in the description to join us on Discord. If you disagree with me or disagree with any of us, hop in there. I am completely open to hearing your disagreement. I really am. I just don't agree with freebanders because the thing you are defending your free banding with, the defense, the argument doesn't exist. And the strong reality of all of our bans getting taken away by faceless corporations is more real than anything. And I'm more worried about that than I am necessarily our government as a totally mutated and diminutive entity that is the FCC. Everybody understands they have like no budget, right? Like everybody gets that. I hope everybody gets that. They're not hunting for people. They have a tiny budget. They're hunting down like commercial license violations. They're not hunting down ham radio violations. Like, right? Just I hope. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna run an ad, and I hope you all hear when I get back. But everybody on the Discord, you guys get to keep talking. But on the YouTube side and the Twitch side, you guys won't be able to hear it necessarily.
Where's MRD? He's putting his.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to do the seven.
Yeah,
We're not
that's kind of what happened.
We aren't going to be able to do the 7 banned words now that he's gone.
Well, yeah, don't do that while I'm gone.
Wait, but how can we get the FCC to change our license? Like the test.
Running ads. I'll be right back.
Run ads. That's how you
7 words you should never say on TV. Let's do it again. got licensed at the same time. We were both 14. Okay, my license is KF0CCI and he's KF0CCH. He got the one right after me because he finished the test right before me, and they pulled the file out in that order. So we got both of our licenses at 15. We both did it in October of last year, actually. And so he is now 16, and he has his extra now. He got his general a few months ago, and he's got his extra. So I think, I guess it could be motivation, but you get to talk to everybody too.
Well, one of these girls can do 30 words a minute, you know. And so it's when I became a ham, we still had
I got
5 words,
another. I got another.
13
Oh,
words,
sorry,
and all, and 20.
I didn't realize I was talking over you. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I got another. Oh shit, that's burning. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, that was a big fire that just emerged in front of me. I got another friend who's 16, and
Is this Minolta? What's going on?
Yeah.
I've got another.
I'm not burning things.
I've got another. Sorry, yeah, my thing just caught on fire.
What's your thing? What's your thing?
It's nothing to worry. It's nothing to worry about. But it was about a half a foot. It was about a 4-inch flame. But yeah, anyway,
what's going on?
Anyway, moving on. So as I was saying, I got another friend who's now 16, who now has who's got a repeater that he's fixing. He's got a duplexer and everything. And me and a couple other friends who are in college are planning a linked repeater system. So it's I guess it's just the way that we see it's important, and the way that we see there's a purpose for it is why we do it. It's not the same for everybody.
Is this West Coast Minolta? Wait, is this West Coast Minolta?
This is Midwest Minolta.
Midwest Minolta.
East Coast
Okay, good.
There is a West Coast one somewhere.
This is the centermost state in all of North America.
Okay, good. I'm glad we figured that out. But there's a lot of Minolta vibes by what I just heard.
Is that Kansas?
I've got a Minolta camera. I guess so.
Well, that's
Kansas?
We're calling you Minolta.
Well, I mean, what if we go? Like the whole talk to the ISS people seem to like. What if we go to like high schools and do like a test in, like you spend the weekend, you get your license and a radio sort of stuff.
Yeah, I could mention that I was just
I
was casually browsing HF, and I heard Chris Hadfield aboard the ISS, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then I turned back, and yeah, it was Chris Hadfield aboard the ISS. So
what you turned my passion from the last discussion into talking about the ISS and hams, like just chilling out there, like.
I didn't get to talk to him because it passed over by the time there was.
I'm talking about the passion of ham radio, like preventing people from taking it away from you.
I just couldn't.
Yeah, well, I know, but we were talking. We were talking about the passion of ham radio itself.
Well, I can. Some of us, like Jason over at Ham Radio 2.0, we have licenses to purchase gear, and I can tell you right now that 100 of those radios is $16 each. If it costs me $16 to get somebody to test, I don't have that much cash, but I'll drop a couple hundred right now.
I mean, I don't know that that's the point. I think the point is just acknowledging what the value is, right? The point is acknowledging the value of the license. I think we've gotten to the point of like we're denigrating the concept of having your license. Like there are many people who are completely against it, so it doesn't matter if you throw a Baofeng at them. They're like, yeah, I'll just take that and illegally transmit with it. They don't understand the value because they don't understand radio. For everybody that's at me right now, like upset about what I'm saying, you don't understand radio. You don't understand the complexities of operating. You don't understand how it is that we're doing what we're doing. It's not magic. None of it is magic, and we're not holding any of it away from you. But there are so many people out there who think that radio is cell phone and that it should be cell phone. Like I should have as easy access to communication as cell phone. It doesn't exist, and it won't exist. It won't. Particularly
electrical engineering.
Particularly in a disaster situation, a wartime situation, you will never have that. It will never exist. So the best you can do, and what you should do, is get your license, understand what the realities are of it, so that you're prepared for when you need it. Straight up.
I mean, they don't call the technician license a technician license for a reason. It's they call it that for a reason. you can't. I mean, it's not easy, but you have to know what you're doing.
Well, the technician was around before. Yep. Yeah. Originally, it was a novice, then a technician.
Sounds better than novice.
So Josh, how do we lobby the FCC to change the licensing, I guess, requirements?
What do you want to change? What do you want to change? What do you want to change?
The tech. Give the tech more HF.
That's already out there. They already have a proposal out there to give technicians HF privileges. That already exists. I made a form letter for people to copy and paste and post it on the FCC page because I supported it so strongly. I made a letter that people could. I posted on my Google Drive, and then people could take it and do whatever they wanted with it, and send it to the FCC because I value this so highly.
Has the FCC made any response to that?
No.
No, they're too busy with other crap.
They're too busy.
What if we harass our congressman?
Dealing with ham, they don't really talk.
I'll be in the position of FCC chair probably before that goddamn thing gets signed.
Well, what if we just call our congressman and harass them enough so they do their job and.
Again, if they're a ham, hell yeah. But if they're not, how do you explain that to them? How do you explain ham radio to like somebody who has no idea what it is?
Explain it in terms of money. Explain it in terms of
NAYO, let's go.
Well, the thing is, that's arguably worse because they can see that they're losing money over it.
Promoting American diplomacy abroad.
Wait, was that Minolta who said arguably they know that they're losing money on it? Who said that?
No, that wasn't me. I said diplomacy abroad.
Who said
that was me?
You nailed it 100%. The FCC is technically losing money on ham radio. Everybody understand. Get this in your head. They sell business licenses that make thousands of dollars. That's their baseline. And ham radio operators are nothing to them. They make nothing off of it. And that is the point. We need to keep having license holders, because if we don't, they're going to sell it off for thousands of dollars because they're already doing it. They're already doing it right now.
Yeah, and I'm also saying that you need to introduce the fact that it culminates a community of people who are able to help in situations. It's not just a money thing.
No, that's internally. That's internally.
But the thing is, for a lot of the government, that won't cut it. So you can't really. It's hard to. Yeah.
Well, what if you label it as some sort of like international goodwill diplomacy thing that helps make America
like Hearts and Minds, Hershey bars to the kids? Like what are we talking about?
I don't know. Like soft diplomacy. Like I'm just spitballing.
Do you know how complicated that shit is? Like how many people it takes to do that? Like that is the horrible, difficult reality of government. Is that it is just going to sweep you underfoot eventually. You become a afterthought, and eventually everything you hold dear gets. So what are you going to do about it? What are you individually going to do about it?
That's my big point for you, Josh, is
I'm out. I'm doing all I can, man. I'm doing everything I can. I can't do anymore.
I'm calling my congressman.
Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
No, not for you personally to do.
Yeah.
The overriding topic I've been hearing for the last 45 minutes is how do we entice people to test out, to learn ham radio? What's in it for them? Diane on the chat here asked that. She said she's pre-ham. Why? What's in it? Why should she be a radio operator?
Great events, great community, all the people on this Discord, all the soda and POTA activations you want, fun events and capability of radio, extending the radio arts in better understanding of how we can communicate wirelessly, and at our own, like in our own control, not at the behest of any company. Like, that is the point of radio communication. Ham radio communication is you being in control of your radio station. You are the operator. You are not beholden on anyone. You can make all the communications you want, or none of them, I guess. But that's kind of the point of all of that, right? Is that's the whole point of why it's valuable. I don't know if that's scratching the itch, but We have parks on the air, summits on the air, radio events where you go out in the field and make contacts. It's like Pokemon Go. I said that on Randy's video of parks and summits to get points. I know it sounds really cheesy. It's better understanding a radio, I think, is what the point is. Eventually, if you want to go down that road.
Why don't we just
I
do more
mean, I guess
visual?
I think
Like,
why wouldn't you really?
well,
'Cause,
why don't
I mean,
we?
you don't give up a lot. What, $15 and like just a little bit of studying?
$35.
35 now.
But what's 30? Well, what's $35 in the scheme of things right now, anyways, with inflation and everything else like that? Why not? It's fun.
Well,
and it
why
depends
don't
on the person.
Why don't we just do more public events? I mean, you know, bring, like Josh was saying, like do soda pota, bring your radio out so people go, "What is this?" And that starts a conversation.
So do it, Minolta, do it.
That's what I'm doing it. My coax is coming in tomorrow. I'm going to the park. I'm doing it.
Good. So I'm not throwing at you because I'm trying to
No, I
shame
know
you.
you're not.
That's
I know
the
you're not.
point.
I know you're
Like
not. I know you're not.
I want everyone to take your radios outside. I want everyone to get in the park. Where people are. I want everyone to walk up to you and say, "What the hell are you doing?" And then they come back at you. I'll tell you how the conversation goes. And they say, "Hey, are you trying to talk to aliens?" And you go, "Well, yeah, that'd be great, but I'm actually trying to talk to the furthest away locations I can in this world." And you could be as lucky as me the last time I did this when a bunch of people came up to me and I made a contact to Alaska. Right there. And they're like, "I'm in Alaska." And they went, "Oh my God. Like, you're talking right now, like through that antenna to Alaska?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's what's happening right now." And they're like, "Wow, that's really cool." You don't have to do something special. You just have to demonstrate radio. You have to be able to demonstrate it. It can talk for itself. It's fine.
I'm bringing a 7300 and like a auto tuner to a park. I don't have a fancy rig. I just have a 7300.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're fine. That's
no, I know. I'm just saying, like, for some people might think I get some.
I got my license 3 days ago, and I got into it for one main reason, and that is it's a new language. I'm learning a new language. It could be French. It could be sign language. This is a technological language. Yes, there are things about it that I'm aware of that are appealing to me about distance, and there's a history in my family and all that. But this is a language. I don't know yet what I want to use it for, but I want to become as fluent as I can until I learn more about that. I joined a local club, and there were all these things. What are you interested in? And there were like 20 things on there, emergencies and all this stuff. I either check all of them or none of them because I have no idea at this point. But I got in it because it's a new language.
Straight up, that's what I want for you too. That's what this is a learning a new language, learning a new skill set. This should be fun. It should be a fun exploration in something that's tangible. You can do what I did today on video. You can pull up an SDR and transmit into it and see if you can hear yourself. You can make contacts on the air. You can go to a park. You can do whatever you want. That's the beauty of it. It is such a broad, beautiful hobby. You just have to find the thing that you like. And also, we got to protect it. That's the other thing. I hate to say that, but I need you. I need you to protect this hobby. We all need to protect it.
Kitty JCJ, I heard you talking about Alaska, and I had to put my own interjection in here real quick. I was born in Kodiak Island.
Okay.
So I actually got my general through the Aurora Media Group.
Nice. Yeah.
And great group of people over there.
Who's the Alaska club that's doing the online testing? Anchorage?
I think it's Aurora Media or Aurora Radio Group is the Anchorage VEC.
There's a few of them now that are doing it too.
I should mention, I don't know if it's in Colorado or something, but there's a group that does online testing where you get it free, I think, if you're a veteran or a student.
Clark. Glarg will do it free for
Yeah,
veteran
Glarg, yep.
students.
Glarg. Yeah, that was the
Glarg
one that
is free students?
that was the one that the two YLs went through, and it's
Oh,
free
service?
for students, I think.
It's
That's
free
how
for
I got my
students.
tech. Is the free for students.
It's free for
Now,
students,
now
service members.
I'll tell you that our local club, one of our local clubs, the test is for so the test is the regular test price, but only if you pass. They won't charge you if you don't pass. And I think a lot of clubs probably should do that.
Amen.
I like that idea.
I mean, they're not going to process it if you failed, so there shouldn't really be any. There should not be an FCC fee for that.
Right. Well, you're not paying
But
35.
Glarg-
You
but like
do not
AR
pay $35 unless
ARRL.
you pass, unless you get the
Like
the
ARRL
pass.
and fail will charge you $15.
But there
Isn't
are a
there
lot
a
of clubs
waiting
out there.
period as well?
No.
Some people will. Some test centers will make you go through a waiting period before you can retest again.
There are clubs that will pass you. If you get passed the same day, you could possibly get your license by the end of the day, if it's early enough.
There you go. My dad's a VE for Washington State, and they do online testing as well. He's a Whiskey Victor 7 whiskey.
I mean, you want to encourage people. Okay, yes, the club, the groups, the VEs are allowed to, basically recoup costs, etc. But yeah, I mean, why not? I think all clubs should think about doing that. We need more people in the hobby. So yeah, give it. If you don't pass, it's not going to cost you a dime. If you pass, then you got to pay the testing fee. Although a lot of clubs will waive that too, But you got to pay the $35 if you, unless you're upgrading.
Our club doesn't charge under 18, and like I said, you walk out of there with a Baofeng.
Yeah, Glarg does for active service members, veterans, students.
That's really
I think
funny.
up through college.
This is really funny.
And
a Baofeng.
Also, VE is going from VE's upgrading as well. So any accredited VE upgrading will do for free.
On the subject of getting people into the hobby, I think we, as a community, need to come together and update our softwares to make them more user-friendly. And
I agree.
And to also...
It can't hurt. It can't hurt at this point.
What brought me back was the digital modes. Digital modes are really interesting in how they work and how efficient they are as well. I mean, FT8 is you're at solar minimum, and I made a contact on 10 watts of power on a IC705 from Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia, 10,000 miles to Australia, 1,000 miles a watt.
I can do that.
I just posted it.
I can contact Australia anytime I want.
40 hertz bandwidth in the space of one SSB signal. You can fit 42 people. That's amazing. And you don't need 50 watts. You don't need 20 watts.
You can fit 42 people in about 80 lids.
Hey, just because I run 100 watts on FT8, leave me alone.
So Tom just joined us. Tom, did you do anything for Remembrance Day?
No, because I spent the day in bed. I picked up some kind of disease.
Oh no, I'm sorry, man.
Uh-oh.
But it's not COVID, so I've had every other disease under the sun but COVID.
I'm hobbled myself. I just had my toenail removed. So I'm in a boot, and my honeymoon is on the 21st, and I'm just hoping I can still be able to scuba dive.
Look, worst comes to worst, just chop it off, okay?
Right?
Yeah.
You're worried about scuba diving on a honeymoon? Oh my.
Hey, talking about a chopped off toe, did you get your motorcycle license yet, Minolta?
No, I don't have enough money for a gun and a motorcycle license, and the gun is taking priority right now.
So,
actually, I'm in the exact same boat at the moment.
Let me see if I can respond to this. Hold on. You guys keep
Unless someone wants to gift me a 22 so I can get a motorcycle license, I'm going to have to save up for my 22.
Well, I've got a 22, but it's not mine.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't see an issue. I don't see an issue with that.
So there's a comment in the chat that says, Ham Radio Crash Course, I believe that if there was no license during the hurricanes, a lot of lives would have been saved. Maybe.
No, I don't think
So
so.
here's the deal. If it is life and death, life is on the line, and the only thing you have available to you, you can't use your cell phone. Cell phone's dead. You can't use anything else, largely cell phone. Then if you pick up a radio, yeah, go to town. Go to town. Save a life. Please do that. The reality is that, like, I don't know that that's the case. And then you say a lot of lives. Here's the problem. Now you have to quantify that. You got to tell us about the lives that were lost because people couldn't communicate.
I would say a lot of lives
many
were probably
radios-
saved
how many
because of
radios-
ham radio.
I can actually speak on this in very grave detail. Both my parents were Coast Guard, and I was a network engineer for the Coast Guard at the primary data center for about 5 years. During one of those hurricanes, we had a cell phone call come into our network operations center asking for help. That was properly routed to the active duty station in that area, and they were saved. We have the technology for we have stand-ups whenever a hurricane is going on. They set aside everything else, so there are no changes going on in the IT side during a emergency. Everything is shut down, and priority is given to emergency operations.
Okay.
On top of that, we have radios at various locations. I can't go into too much detail on this, but we do have radios, HF radios and VHF radios. So communication isn't one of the difficulties during one of these scenarios. There is constant communication, be it Red Cross or the Coast Guard or any other body. Emergency communications are one of the first things that are stood up.
I mean, going back to saving countless lives, there's no license. Yeah, there's no license. But how many people in, say, South Florida or in New York when Sandy hit, how many of those people have a Baofeng, have something they can even turn on and try a free band onto?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. If you don't have a license, do you have a radio?
Yeah, but even if they have it, how do they use it? That's the problem. Is that
that's what I mean.
That's my huge problem about all this, is that, like, we're treating this like a 9mm Glock. Everybody's going out and buying a gun, and they put it away somewhere. It's like, I got it for an emergency. Yeah, the gun is easier to use in a lot of situations. It's not a
no.
It's not a,
and are the batteries even charged when you need it?
Right. Like,
and that's
please, everybody, back me up on this, please.
I was actually looking at buying a gun to join a gun club.
That's what I meant when I mentioned, things like the Mount St. Helens 9/11 Boston. It's because it's not that it's a doomsday thing. It's that it culminates people who know who are adept in the art of communication.
Listen to what I'm about to say. I love guns because they're tools. I treat them as tools. They are for various different things that I need to solve a specific problem for. And I have multiple guns that solve specific problems.
If you don't know how...
Radio is not a gun. Radio is not a thing that you just, like, shove around into and fire my RF on. That it doesn't exist.
And here's another problem that hasn't been brought up yet.
Will not take my thumb off.
No, but that doesn't exist. This idea that guns are very specific. They do a specific job. If you pick up a gun, you're like, okay, I get kind of what it's supposed to do. Radios don't work that way. And if you don't know how to use them, then it's like you're the chimp from 2001: Space Odyssey banging bones on the ground. Like, literally, that is the reality of it.
And it's important to separate that into. If you say you don't know how to use it, I
want to teach you. I want to teach you. I want to teach you.
No. Another point. I'm making another point. I have a friend who got a radio, a ham radio, and stuck it on his sailboat, big sailboat. And he says, it's there if I need it. An emergency, I know I can use, in that whole argument of I can use it, do anything in an emergency. Why do I need a license? And I said, you need to know how to transmit so that you're likely to be heard. Not
Right.
how to use the radio.
Right.
You just dial some numbers and start screaming. Nobody's listening to you.
Could you imagine? And I'm going to go down this trope. But if we had an actual zombie disaster situation, and you had a bunch of people with bow fangs and like, I got to figure out how to use this thing right now because I need help. The reality is that they would never pick it up. They'd walk right past it. It would have been gone, or they would have picked it up and been like, I don't know what to do with this thing. And then it would have been a value of just completely lost because they don't know how to use it. And that is the thing that exists in every emergency situation. Why pick this thing up? Because you don't understand it. You don't know how to use it. Why would you pick it up? Because you don't understand it. That's it. You don't know.
On top of that, if everyone did understand, then there'd be a bigger problem. That'd be jamming. People would be mashing over each other. Well, everyone's going to be in a disaster situation. It'd be chaos.
To be honest, I'd rather have more people that don't know how to use the radio on the air than more people that are just dying in the wings, and then you can't help them. I'd rather help out people that don't understand the radio and be like, hey, let's explain this on the air as best I can. And then we'll try to do what we can, but, bad things could still happen. That's the reality of it, is that, like, you can't just pick this stuff up during an emergency. High-stress environment, you've never done this stuff before. You think you're just going to get to it like a fish to water? It's insane. Crazy. Where do you get that? Where do you get that hubris from? Where does that confidence come from? Like, I don't know where that comes from. Where does it come from?
Yeah, like, I mean, even the confidence like that with not needing a license, like, yeah, you don't need a license for a gun, but like, how many people do you know that sometimes buy a gun that actually take time and go, someone buys it, think I'm going to use a 9mm Glock, whatever, for when someone comes in. The next time they need to use it, they actually first use it in a panic situation. They're going to miss, or they're going to take their finger off because the slide came back and they had their hand up too high. I almost caught my hand pretty bad.
It's like the opposite.
My first time out.
It's like the opposite of imposter syndrome. Someone having the confidence that they're going to know what to do, but not actually have it.
Straight up. Liberty Cave. This is the best comment. We get the lack of understanding from TV. I swear, TV makes people stupid. TV makes people think that they're the main character in the story, like, arc of their life. Like, they're the main character in a movie.
I think we can throw social media in there as well.
Sure, why not? But I swear, growing up in the 80s, I thought that, like, you could just turn around and crack somebody in the neck and then kill them if they were attacking you. That does not exist. That does not exist in any world. None of this stuff exists. Like, we're talking about real, practical preparedness. You're not just gonna pick up a radio and like, hey, I'm all set. Let's go. It doesn't exist.
Why ham radio and not CB then? I know this. I know it's taboo, but for people who don't want to get licensed or don't want to put the effort in, CB is just channel based. Why not that?
Oh, okay, straight up. I got no taboo with people that want to transmit out of band. I'm not doing it. If you want to do it, go to town. I don't care. If you want to put yourself out there, I don't care.
No.
You're just not going to have anybody that helps you out. Okay, so here's CB. CB is screaming at everybody all the time, 100% of the time. All the time. CB is
you're going to go off band.
I have not seen an emergency situation in the last 20 years where CB has been anything of prominence or usability. Period.
I'll agree
Doesn't
with you.
exist. Doesn't exist.
Talking about CB, those little Wooksons that you reviewed the other day, they're pretty specky. Those were.
Yeah. But Tom, to your point, I'm literally trying to do a second video where I have a telescopic antenna to give it, proper length on the air and make it actually effective on CB. But yes, I hear what you're saying. I am pro every radio service. I am pro everybody being completely literate in every radio service they can be. I don't care if you get your GMRS license and don't want a ham license. I don't care. I just want you to be radio literate, because you know how like capable you become if you're radio literate. You may not be the best radio literate for ham radio. We got to train you up a little bit. I appreciate, but you're still going to be like well, that's the wrong word. Trying to think about the word. Doesn't matter.
A little knowledge of RF goes a long way.
Basically, is the point.
Exemplary.
Right. Exemplary. Thank you, Paul.
Because the concepts that you learn in ham radio, you can apply to other stuff like trying to set up your Wi-Fi access point, trying to figure out where you're going to place your phone to get your phone service.
But the point is that you're doing it on your own. Like, nobody's helping you out. And the fact that you got this far on your own, yes, I'm 100% support of you. Want you to be a part of any radio community. I don't care. I don't care what it is. I'd like you to be a ham. I would love that.
I love how radio goes beyond radio as well. I mean, you have these people learning Linux or how to make their own battery banks and about solar power.
How to splice their own fiber.
Exactly. Now, I learned that through network engineering.
That's my current goal.
Splicing is not cheap. I will tell you that splicing is not cheap. The equipment to do it is
ridiculous.
It's in thousands of dollars to tens of thousands of dollars just for the splicer.
No.
And then you need the actual test equipment for it. You need the connectors.
We should just stop talking about that. It's fine.
Yeah. On the subject of MCOM, Oscar Hotel 8 Sierra Tango November has a YouTube channel where he practices this religiously and shows all of how he handles it, be it power film. He goes into tents and all kinds of stuff. Great channel.
Julian, yes.
Yeah, Julian.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent channel.
So can I make a? Now I'm gonna get a hot take on this, but
what's the channel?
It's Oscar Hotel 8 Sierra Tango November.
Mm-hmm. Survival Tech Nord.
Yep.
So let me take a moment to say I want everybody to be welcoming in this space. And I think sometimes Julian's videos make you think that you have to be like a epic off-grid person, or that's the only way that you attain ham radio success. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I agree with your take. I agree with your take.
and I think that like the intensity that comes across in his videos sometimes leads people to believe that you have to be like high speed, low drag ham radio all the time.
Well,
and I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
Also, I think maybe Julian doesn't even believe that. I think that's just like he's that passionate about what he's talking about.
It may just be the tone of voice or the tone of his videos and how he's portraying the information rather than how his actual beliefs.
It's possible.
Yeah, he does come off in comments and other places where he's
like high intensity.
More free. Yeah, he's kind of like salty, if you will, and opinionated in a lot of his comments and stuff. And I'm talking about like when he's in the comments section or watching, he'll occasionally show up in some videos and stuff. And then when he's commenting on them, he's not kind. And let's just put it that way.
No, and like,
I also have been a victim of text biting me, even though you can't really portray tone over text as well.
Mm-hmm.
I come off as very blunt because I'm a technical person, and that's just how I portray the information, is straight and to the point.
Right.
It's not intended to be standoffish in any means. It's just how
I mean, Julian is a retired Marine that ended up in Finland. So I give him lots of latitude. I generally like every video he posts. I watch pretty much, I think I've watched pretty much all of his videos. It comes across as like an intensity. There's an intensity that I don't know exists. Like
he's a little nutty.
Yeah.
It's there. I'm not So this goes back to that S2 Underground video. Like, are we all gonna like pack up rucksacks and go into the woods, like go in a woods at any moment?
Mm-mm.
Probably
No.
not. Like, some of us will. Some of us will be able to do that. Julian's videos are very like aspirational videos. Like they're videos of, and by the way, he's like, I think he's older than I am, and he's spry as a mule. Like he will do all this crazy stuff, which I love. I love watching it, but I don't know that I could achieve the same level of like athleticism as Julian, right? So that's kind of the point, is that like you have to frame everything into like where you are, and please consider the realities of ham radio as being what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is, you know, as a service, and you know, as a hobby and all that.
Yep. Anyways, guys, it was fun hopping into chat, and nice meeting everyone. I've got to head to bed. It's like almost 2 a.m.
It's almost 3 p.m. No, hang on, it is 3 p.m.
7 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 3 p.m. in the winter, right, Tom?
Yeah. Hey, Donny boy.
Yeah.
What's your picture about?
Picture what?
Your Discord picture. It's very sus.
Oh, that was, I don't know. Apparently it's some friend of Connor's that drew that, but I just liked the picture, so I grabbed it. It's not like mean any particular thing or anything.
73 is all.
73.
I don't know, Donny. It just gives off the wrong idea.
I guess I don't care.
Oh, fair enough.
Robo furry. Well, that's a
ham radios.
awkward.
So my
pause.
2 meter radio is dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can fix it, or I can buy a 9700.
Oh, those are the only options? That's the
Those
only
are the only options.
Okay,
Tom,
okay.
when did you come into money?
Since I started working full time.
Oh, there we go,
very
Tom.
good.
There we go.
Very
Yeah, there
good.
we go. All right. Now we're on board.
Mm-hmm.
Get a 9700.
Get a 9700.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Get a Yaesu.
And fix the 2 meter as well.
Yeah, what Yaesu? Okay, so
what
There is no Yaesu equivalent.
As much as I'm actually a big fan of the Yaesu HF radios. I think they're killing it with the FT4DX. I think the FT710 is probably going to be pretty good too. We'll find out. We'll find out in next week. We'll be in Huntsville. I expect.
That's
to see
right.
It.
We'll
I expect to see it.
Let me just find a completely spec'd out Yaesu FT736 with the 23 centimeter module.
Oh, the 736R was a great radio.
But
yeah, let me just find one.
Oh my God! What?
What is your butt?
My butt is the 9700 is unattainable to the other brands. The ICOM 9700 is like one of the best radios.
It
for
is
high
the
frequency.
radio.
What does the 9700 do?
Nothing.
270 and 23.
Yeah, it does all the hot satellites you want to do with.
Nothing that I can't do on the Flex 6600.
It's ICOM's version of a 736R.
I'm not sure I want to spend $7,000, but I can justify 2,400.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom.
I've already spent the
just like to reply to that.
5,000 of
Not everybody wants a.
I love what
I know, but not everybody wants a 70.
Dawn.
9700 either.
Not even Don wants. I would love a 9700.
Dawn, do you appreciate that like a $6,000 difference is probably not a talking point?
Yeah, but Don
it's kind of like what I was saying to Tom about that little icon that I have. I guess I just don't care.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
So
and I'm
Don,
not saying
are you saying you're salty and set in your ways?
No, I'm saying I have a Sun SDR DX, a 101 MP, and a Flex radio. Do you think I really care how much it costs?
And Don, I would love to have all of those.
Mm-hmm. And an FTDX 10.
But
at the moment,
you said not everybody wants that radio. Who here wants that radio?
At the moment,
I'm sure
right?
there are people
I
that
can
do.
walk in. I can actually go somewhere, walk in, hand the bloke money, and he gives me a radio.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
and Tom, more power to you, my friend. I am just kidding.
Can I say because we've got an ICOM dealer in Adelaide now, and that to me is very valuable. If the radio fucks up, all right, here, mate, fix it.
Yeah. Well, do they have them in stock?
Yeah, they do. I rang it up.
Oh, nice. Because here the last time I was in HRO, they haven't had any of those for months.
Yeah, I bought my first HF radio like a month or two ago at HRO. Excited to get on HF. There was not a single Flex item, but rather all Kenwood.
They don't sell Flex.
Yaesu,
They don't sell Flex.
And I really wouldn't buy Kenwood anymore.
Don't buy Kenwood. No one buy Kenwood. No one buy Kenwood.
Wait, why not, Josh? Why not?
Because they don't exist. They don't make any. They don't make any radios.
And what's coming? Kenwood is coming.
And my second point on Kenwood is trying to source spare parts for a Kenwood radio is really impossible.
Well, Josh, I regret to inform you, I bought a Kenwood.
Good luck getting it fixed.
Okay, straight up.
Well,
straight up.
I mean, it's got a warranty on it, and if afterwards.
Warranted by whom? Who is warranting it?
See, the thing is, I didn't pay for the radio, so I mean.
Okay. Well, okay. So those are the best warranty stories.
Yeah. Mum and dad warranty.
Yeah. I love that. I love that.
I mean, once the
I'm sure mum and dad don't like that.
Once the warranty's over, I have nothing stopping me from doing my own repairs.
Can I say something about the 9700 that most people don't know?
Yeah. Sure. Jagger's in here. Let's go.
Okay, you guys might know this, but most people buy that radio and they don't have any idea that the 2-meter band is only 144 to 148. You can't go anywhere else. And the other thing is, you can only listen to 2-meter 440 or 440 and 1.2 or 1.2 and 2-meter. You cannot listen to the same band on both sides. So you cannot listen to repeaters on one and then 14652 on the other. You can't.
That makes sense.
Comment. I have another thing to add to that for anyone.
Go ahead, Mike. Mike's in it. Mike's in. Let's go, Mike. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, I know I've been quiet for a while. It's been a busy 2 months, but I will see you at Huntsville next week, dude.
Yes, sir.
So Hayden did a video on this a while back. The 9700 has
Mike's going to Huntsville.
Anyway, the 9700 has pretty good drift.
Mike. I've got considerably more backstory on that problem that I won't share publicly, I won't share it all. But that's not a problem for me.
Yeah, well, so I did his mod. I got the Bodner board with the external GPS discipline oscillator, and it's a lot more stable. So basically, if you use it stock on 2-meter FT8 or 440 is even worse. It will drift enough that it's hard for WSJT to track and decode signals. So you pretty much need to
just do sideband and forget all the digital shit.
So Mark, at VK5 EME, VK5LO, he also runs minikits.com.au. That's minikits.com.au. He has a solution for that, and he just lives down the road.
Yeah.
But
is it a GPS discipline oscillator or is it?
Yeah. Well, it's an adapter board that you put in the radio.
It's a Bodner board. It's the same thing. It overwrites the crystal oscillator on the inside. It actually creates a stronger signal that is used by the actual.
Yeah, it's a little amplifier.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty slick actually how that was designed.
And can I just say, by the way, that you don't have to do that on the Flex because it's already got a port for the GPS DO to do the oscillation on the transverters.
What the main issue with Hayden's radio, I suspect, is his radio's up a mountain and it gets really hot and then really cold and then really hot and then really cold.
Yeah. That causes drift like nobody.
I'll buy a Flex right after I can buy a electric vehicle for about $5,000.
Well, you buy a 9700 and then have to put on all those add-ins?
Yeah,
I bought an FTDX 10. You know that, Don.
Yeah.
It was $100.
I have one of those.
It was $100 for the basic board, but I mean, it is something that if you want to do digital with the 9700, you're going to need it. They did ICOM did a firmware update, and it improved the drift, but it still wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I honestly on that radio, I don't know why they didn't put a GPS DO input.
It costs too much money.
They're cheap.
No.
Yeah.
ICOM?
I've built my own GPS DOs. They're easy to build.
That's not
and the port internal is easy to. I've worked in it. We use these daily in the job I'm in. They are not expensive anymore. They're not.
Like a time source, GPS time source kind of
yeah,
thing?
yeah. They're. I got one
that's
in my
cheap.
back
That's
bedroom
cheap.
here.
Yeah, that's cheap. That's cheap.
I've got a GPS time source on my
Yeah.
table that was $15.
All you have to do is you have to have a GPS with 3 signals coming into 3 satellites that it can see.
Right.
And then the
Any
ability in the
typical
GPS
triangulation,
chip
yes.
to push out a 1 PPS signal from that synced signal. And then that's it. Then you convert that into 10 megahertz, and it's rock solid. And
So what do they?
We use them in all of the cell sites.
What do they use as a time source on the 9700?
Just a regular crystal oscillator.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
It's a TCXO.
So
I
how
don't
do
know
you,
why
how
the
do you
fuck
set the
they
time
wouldn't
though?
use an ovenized
You
crystal.
can
Yeah.
You can
an
configure the
oven-baked chip.
drift. You can configure there's a couple parameters deep in the menus to calibrate the TCXO. But like I said, it's still temperature dependent. The amount that it shifted went down after the firmware update about a year and a half ago. But it's still, during typical FT8 operation, I saw that thing drift 40 hertz.
Does it not use temperature compensating crystals?
It's a TCXO in there, but
It's now
not good.
It's not.
TCXO.
It's not an oven baked.
It's now stable enough for 23 centimeter whisper.
Yeah.
That was all I needed
It's a
to
chip
hear.
TCXO.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's not been a 2-meter radio that they've made since the 70s that hasn't needed some modification other.
Yeah, but you don't.
They've
You don't
known about it that long? That's sad, Mike.
You don't
I
add.
have to know that far.
You don't add elements to oven cook your clock, right? Like you.
Yeah, you do.
No, I
Yeah,
mean,
you've got a heating element.
you don't add it though after you built it.
No,
that's the whole upgrade.
That came from back in the era when pretty much the only way to get on all these bands, and honestly, it's still the way to get on anything above 1200, is to use transverters, and you actually would build them with a crystal oven.
Well, you've got to thermally isolate it too.
That's kind of my
actually
point.
had them.
That's kind of my point.
Right.
If you don't have a TXO with a proper enclosure, you're not going to have consistency for clock timing.
Correct.
The ovenized crystals too.
It's a chip TCXO. They're not. They have more drift than an actual.
This guy is so
oven would.
smart.
The ovenized crystals too are actually, they need a smart circuit, so they turn on the heating element, and then when the crystal
PW,
reaches
Morse code, he can transmit and receive Morse code at like 35 words a minute.
Who's that, Paul?
Mike.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what Mike knows about satellite comms.
I'm up to 80 grids on linear so far this year.
Mike is a nuclear engineer. We don't doubt what he doesn't know.
A nuclear engineer?
No. Everyone says that. I am an electrical engineer.
Okay,
that
good.
Works at a nuclear power.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
That's even better.
That makes you
Yes,
really
yeah.
good
They
electrical engineer.
still let you work there though.
Hey, I know about ovens.
I know about ovens too.
Well, so now
I
And
put
how
in
much-
the time. I put in the time. It's a microwave oven.
So now all I know is that I have to take Mike away from the riffraff of all the people talking in the background and go. hang out with Mike
I'm
about
experienced in using ovens as well. I use one. It's a microwave one too, so it's complicated. So I know. What
Is that where you stick your head?
No.
It's no.
I know if I take four frozen bean burritos
you
and
could
put
do
them on
that.
a plate, I can put it in there for 5 minutes and they're all
So
done.
so when you put something into space, it could be a quartz oscillator. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to be a consistent temperature when it is oscillating in space. So a TXCO could be the same, just simple cook pan that's put over the top of your satellite. Most likely not. It's most likely a proper oven that we properly calculate in its temperature that it puts out to maintain its time source.
And
then
the temperature rises and
say
falls
in like
to
60,
keep it
70
in
years,
line.
Have we not figured out crystal ovens by now?
In space? No.
1950s. Come on.
We may as well just switch back to vacuum.
I've literally been in conversations where some of the most robust MCOM satellite satellites are out there, and they're all discussing who should become the time source, which satellite should be the most accurate time source for the ground. And we're like, it should be the one. It should be the one we put up in 1992. And they're like, yes, this is the best. This is the best time source.
You take 3 of them and you do the math. That's the best way to do it. Most accurate.
Wasn't that the way?
No, it's
I
the
mean,
way you do
the
it.
atomic.
So Don, can you take me through the maths here?
No, I'm not going to do that. It's too boring.
Oh, it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
Theoretically, couldn't you get a close enough time sync with just
I needed a lullaby
GPS
to go to
satellites?
sleep. That's exactly what I'm talking about. When you have a GPS,
you don't need 3D location. Like
Mike.
If you have 2 spheres, that's going to be the same radius.
Yes, Mike.
That's all you need.
If your satellite went up after GPS was the thing.
Yeah, I believe that. Yep.
Yeah. But
do you know that there's like huge swaths of the military that are dependent on satellites that have been put up from the 90s? Do you understand that?
Yes. Yes, I understand that.
Was that back when they still had that little flutter that was in there?
Who can say the name of that satellite?
Selective availability.
We'll see. We'll see if we can come up with.
Oh, you're talking about the prior. You're talking about the prior service.
Where it was like within 100 meters instead of within like 30 meters.
No, that was selective availability, but that's not what Josh is talking about.
No,
he's talking about the predecessor.
I remember back in 94, 95 or whatever, having soldiers come in and buy in GPS units from us at AES.
That's totally unrelated.
Because they couldn't get them.
They're totally unrelated.
Are you
totally unrelated?
Josh, are you talking about the land-based version?
No, I'm talking about geosynchronous protected comms system from the 90s.
I remember my dad bought a Garmin E-Trex for use when he was still in the Army National Guard.
Good.
Hey,
yes.
Don't knock the E-Trex when those came out.
That's rough.
You know what?
That's rough and tumble. Let's go.
It was probably better than the stuff they issued. Probably about 5 or 6 years later after that.
Oh, I dropped the hell out of mine, and it worked just fine. Like those things were rugged.
those rubber cases, they dissolve after a while, but they're pretty nice.
Jody scares me. Yeah, Jody knows what I'm talking about. That's not what I worked on, but that's the legacy.
We got a great gadget. The BBC uses the atomic clock to send out a time signal.
Yeah, Milstar has one of the longest legacies on air. Like you literally, it's almost like a roadie shipped like a roadie that would put speakers on something. That is Milstar, shoved it into space, and we're like, hey, let's also downlink and crosslink this thing, and it works. It's crazy, and they've been up there forever. I'm
amazing. Fairly sure the Australian government just uses a sundial.
Is that Starlink? No, shut.
Who knew that when you use reliable?
No.
Who knew that when you use reliable equipment, it lasts a long time?
No, Tom. You know about Alice Springs.
Alex Jones.
No, Alice. What is that? Alice Springs. Yes, Alice Springs. I don't know why I'm calling it.
But now you
Alex.
said it.
No,
so
you
it
didn't. I
threw-
just said
threw
it to
her off.
confuse you.
Yeah.
No, I don't know
but-
anything about Alice Springs.
Yeah, you do.
It's
Just
a-
try to go up there and go inside. But no, the Australian government has access to all of that.
Yeah, but it's not the Australian government, though. It's the American government.
No.
No.
Go watch. I'm telling you, Tom. Go watch The Falcon and the Snowman. I'm not going to say any more than that.
The Falcon and the Snowman.
Yeah, the movie.
Dude, Dawn, that's such a good show. That is such a good movie. The Falcon and the
It
Snowman
is.
is
It's real, too.
amazingly. Yeah.
It happened.
Yep.
I was briefed on it.
Damn, Dawn. All right.
Well,
I mean,
was
y'all
nice
are talking
knowing you,
about
Don.
that crappy military stuff. That ain't
Is that
what
the
I
Robert
worked on.
Redford movie?
Huh?
Is that Robert Redford
Sean.
movie?
No.
I'm dead. Okay. All right.
It's
Josh,
some
you
Robert
say-
Redford movie where he's a spy.
Mhm.
He's got Faye Dunaway in it too. Something like that. It's
So-
CIA.
No.
The Falcon and the
So,
Snowman is
Josh-
a really good show. It's
Yeah.
really good. Yeah, it's really
Oh,
good.
it was a TV show. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's a movie.
It's a movie. It's a movie.
It was released in theaters back in the 80s, probably.
3 Days of the Condor.
That's the Robert Redford Faye Dunaway one. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this isn't
No.
that.
Don't do
And
that.
and the Falcon and the Snowman is based on an absolutely 100% true story.
Yes. Yep.
And now the names in the movie were changed, but Josh lives near where one of the actual companies were where this occurred.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
TRW.
What's that?
Time radio.
Yeah, whatever.
Liability.
Plain dumb.
Mhm.
Wizards. Time radio wizards.
Well, the last I knew about them, they were closed. They no longer exist.
So I thought Alice Springs was like it was. So they had the Australians were like, they're guarding the place, but then on the inside it was all American. So I thought
that.
That's how most
I can't
of shit
go
works.
I can't go into this stuff, but I mean everything that go. The thing is, like, we're allies, right? We're on the same side, so to speak, and I would say that probably what they know down there, the Australian government knows, and very likely the UK government knows.
Interesting.
Are we allowed you to use the testing grounds? I mean, Australia.
It's not.
How would,
it's not
how
a
would you know
testing
that, Don? How would you know that?
I can't. I'm not going to say.
How would you know that the UK knows about
I'm
that,
not
Don?
going to show. I'm not going to say. Well, watch the movie.
Interesting
Yeah,
that
we let you
you
use the
jumped
testing
from
grounds.
the Australians to knowing that the UK knows about that. Interesting.
What about your ham radio?
I just
Josh, you're in the
joined back. I just
same.
joined back.
You're in
What
the
happened
sort
while
of
I was
same
gone?
business. You know that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I just
All
got
right,
back. What
all right.
happened? What happened while I was gone?
I don't know, man.
Nothing.
I don't
I am
know.
not talking about
Nothing.
any of
Nothing
this.
we can talk about.
I don't think
I can
anybody.
neither
I don't think
confirm
any, I don't
nor
think any of you
deny.
are allowed to tell me what just happened.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
Oh, can I make a quick comment?
no.
No.
Go ahead.
No, I haven't been in Afterchat in about 2 months, and
Okay.
it's spicy and it's awesome like it was like 2 years ago again.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
every
this
time I
This,
join.
this got,
This
this
is a
got
good
real
night.
spicy. This got real spicy
think- I
tonight.
It's every time I join, I throw a bit of chili on the fire. Just
No,
to-
I was already up there.
Now,
Come on.
I think
depends.
my first after chat was that 7 words you shouldn't say on TV day. That one. I don't know if any of you remember that, but you were
7
not,
words.
You were not attending the voice chat.
I can think of one word that'd get me banned right now.
And then you said,
Because
no,
Josh
no,
is on Twitch and
You got
Yeah,
got
you
back,
could.
What you did is when you got back from going to the
No,
bathroom,
I'm still
you put on-
thinking
you
of
put
the
on your
word.
headphones and you heard what was being said on the stream. You said,
I'm just not going to say it.
Mhm.
Let's consider ourselves adults and that we can
Yeah.
communicate as though we're not toddlers. Or
Yeah.
you're like my son.
Heard that,
That's 8.
that.
And then choose words that actually can communicate your point that you're trying to make. And I love that. I love that.
No, I've got my work dictionary on at the moment.
Mm. And by the way, Mike, it gets like this late at night. It nearly always does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Sometimes it's movies though, which is probably.
Speaking of movies, who saw Prey? Is
Sometimes
Prey
it's
good?
sometimes
No,
it's
I have
In and
not.
Out or Five
I
Guys.
played Prey. Prey was really good. The game.
I
this is-
have not seen it, but I have heard it's like the best one since the original.
So,
And that's not saying, so all the sequels were crap. So I don't know what that means exactly, but
I actually want to hear Dawn watching it, because I know Dawn is very like woke sensitive, and I think this has like a lot of woke-ish parts to it, but I think they did it in a way that doesn't make you feel like it's so punishing, right? Like,
so the way you've already described it turns me right off.
No, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. I think it's actually a good movie.
Yeah,
I think the main character is good. I think
I've heard good things.
Yeah.
And the thing about the woke stuff is, if you're doing something like this that doesn't have a canon behind it, then be as woke as the hell you want. I don't care. If it's a good story, who cares? I mean, really, who cares? But when you take something like Lord of the Rings and you force it in there,
That's
when I get upset.
Yeah. I mean, but at the same time, like Predator also has kind of, okay, so I'll fight some people on Star Trek and Lord of the Rings for sure, but Predator, I don't really care. Like, I don't really care about Predator.
No, well,
like, there's not a lot of canon that I care about on Predator.
Right, exactly. There's not a lot of canon. I mean, if they try to remake the original and Arnold Schwarzenegger's now some woke character, then sure, I would get upset. But we're not doing that here.
Okay, question here. How does a 130 pound person...
Hang on, I'm just finding love in my town today.
Oh my God, is it happening? Is it happening on my chat
yeah,
right
it's happening.
Now? It's happening. It's happening on my chat.
When Arnie
Ethan was on it. Ethan got it. Ethan got it. Oh, he got it. Damn it, Ethan. You're the best.
I'm busy finding love in my
Ethan, you're
town.
the best. The best man. The best man. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you.
I don't even know what you guys just did, but how does a 125, 130 pound individual whoop the Predator's ass when...
Because she learned. She learned.
No.
Cardio.
Learn.
Superpowers.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen it, so I couldn't answer.
I haven't seen it either, but I want to watch it now.
By the way, did you know that on AliExpress you can buy a rubidium clock?
Yes, I did know that. I did know that. Yes,
it's only $839.
Yes.
Did you know that on AliExpress you can buy a cheap knockoff of a Motorola rocker?
Once we get to cesium, I'll be on board.
Yeah.
Once we get to cesium, I'll be there.
What I've heard is most of the
transmits a clock every day.
Most of the satellites have rubidium clocks in them, and cesium too.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you say they have a rubidium for $800?
Yes.
Okay, the last one I bought was $175,000. So that is crazy, and the $800 one probably worked better.
I need to buy it and take it to work.
You should.
Yeah, I'm totally sure it'll fly.
I wonder how they ship it from China.
Could be closed in the dark, doesn't it?
Well, it wouldn't go by airmail. It'd go by a slow boat, or at least.
I mean, how small is the source on those clocks? I've never actually looked into that.
Well,
it's gotta be like self-shielded like crazy. You wouldn't be able to ship it if it wasn't.
Yeah, the one that I saw doesn't look very big at all. By the way, there's an interesting looking APRS module that you can hang off of a radio. That was kind of cool too. But
so are you saying if I get this clock that I'm going to end up with a third head?
I bet they won't allow it into Australia, Tom.
No, it's probably, dude. Honestly, if it's available like that at all, it's probably background rad levels.
I'm sure it'll probably violate the biology or biological whatever.
Just
I mean,
put hot dogs on it, Tom.
so
you think it
so
hot,
so does
I
everyone?
I just came back. Are you buying an atomic clock?
Yes.
Sure.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing as buying an ionization smoke detector. That's not illegal.
Right. Yeah, the other one I was going to say is bananas. Like, everyone knows when you eat a banana, you're getting exposed to radiation, right?
I like bananas.
Potassium-40. It's naturally occurring radioactive substance. We
Well,
all
we've
have
got-
it in our
Whenever-
bodies.
We've got potassium. Yeah, we
Whenever
do.
you walk into a big enough hospital, yeah, there's the machines in there. They're exposing you.
Isn't that supposed to help you get rid of it though?
I mean,
You don't get rid of radiation.
Some of the imaging machines have radioactive capsules.
Yeah, yeah.
that are-
Well,
No. So the imaging machines are
Wait,
high rad. They can't be.
Why don't they just
what
get
those
rid of the
potassium
radiation?
tablets are for or something, isn't it?
If you ever heard of the Goiânia disaster, that's what I'm talking about. Where they poisoned half a city with it or whatever because it was fucking glowing.
What are you
blue.
talking about?
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it was in a city in Brazil or somewhere in South America where someone stole a. There was an abandoned.
Oh
hospital
yeah.
where they took something.
Oh
out of the
yeah, I
medical-
remember that one. That was on
yeah.
that guy's YouTube channel.
It was back in the 70s. They took a high rad source.
Yeah, they
Who's
took
that?
something
Who's
out of-
that?
they took
That
some-
guy on
hold
YouTube?
Shut the fuck up. They took
You shut
something
the
out
fuck
of
up.
no. They took something out of a medical imaging machine, whatever it was, and they, because it glowed blue, they thought it looked pretty cool. They gave pieces to people they knew.
Do you know that's actual evidence, or
Don't
are
touch
you
the
passing
Cobalt
it off
60.
as like hearsay?
I mean, you can find out.
Well, you could find out before
I
saying
just
it.
linked the Wikipedia article in chat. No,
There
it's a
you
real
go.
thing. It actually happened. He's not wrong.
I mean,
In the way he said it. In the way he said it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
No,
all
that's
right.
pretty accurate.
Okay.
I mean,
good,
no,
good.
they literally gave.
I apologize.
They didn't know anything about nuclear materials or whatever. They just saw it glowed blue, and so they literally just
Like,
gave
this is
pieces
sweet.
Into
Look at this cool crystal I found at work today.
That's like,
literally. I'm
that's exactly what it
I'm
was.
not joking about it. From what I remember, they just gave it to their family and friends.
No,
because it looked
that's
pretty
100%
cool.
accurate. It had been years since I had remembered that incident, but yeah, no, that's exactly what happened.
So here's a really
It's
crazy
happening again now.
concept. Here's a crazy concept that always
Well,
like
this
goes
is
through
before
my head.
Chernobyl and stuff like this happened. Not a whole lot of people knew about.
Do you guys know about the death core? The death core?
Yep, that was.
Yes.
You know I do.
No, that's the
And-
demon core.
The demon core. The demon core. Yeah, and
Yeah.
they were using a screwdriver to hold it open. Like that's
Boom.
just crazy to me. And
Two
then
people did it separately. The second guy knew
yeah,
how
yeah.
the first guy died.
I know,
and
still
died the
did
same
it,
way.
and still did it, and they had the
Slock-it
screwdriver
experiment.
holding it open, and then he dropped it, and he's like, "Well, I guess I'm done," because literally he was done. He was done.
That's
They
like setting up.
immediately-
That's
they
even
all
more. That's arguably worse than setting up a shooting range right above the core of a nuclear reactor.
No,
Well, I mean, it
no,
was-
no. It's arguably completely different than that. Like it's literally you are in the
Well, I mean, it's-
proximity
I mean,
of
it's
the
different,
highest
but it's
level
wo-
of gamma
it-
radiation. If you
It's
dropped
different,
it,
but it's worse.
oh, it's completely worse. And two people did it. Two people did it. It drives me insane.
I forgot about.
Did you
I forgot about that part.
did you ever read about the interviews with the people that were in there? Like, you know, because they lived, they all lived. Even even Slockin, like the first guy, like when he was the guy holding the core, they lived long enough for them to be interviewed. They reported there were two key things I remember. One was, they had a metallic taste in their mouth right away when the flash happened. Second was, there was a bright release of light when it occurred. They shut their eyes and they still saw the light for like minutes afterward.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Like it's all that gamma radiation, like skin it'll just go right through it.
Do you think it was messing with their optical nerves or something like that?
No, that's exactly what it was. Like that's what it was. It was gamma
at
radiation being picked up by their optic nerve.
Yeah.
Like didn't matter what you did. You could put your hand in front of your face. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You're frying them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's vaporizing your eyes anyway. So
At that proximity, you're getting all of it. Like whatever it's putting out, you have it.
I mean, it's like walking into a microwave and turning it on.
No, it's nothing like that. It's
Well, yeah,
actually
no, I
like
know,
actual
I mean,
real gamma radiation.
I mean, it's worse than that.
No, well, microwaves are non-ionizing.
Here's
not.
I know.
Okay, so
it's
so
worse.
it always gets depicted as what, like boiling skin, etc. You see the whatever.
No,
I mean that definitely happens from thermal. But no, what really kills people who are exposed to radiation like that is you're having your cellular structure change because of the radiation hitting it. You're ionizing every cell.
You're
in your
like
body.
liquefying your organs.
Your DNA is getting.
You are dying at the cellular level.
Yeah,
that's why they die from the inside out.
Your cells and your DNA is getting sandblasted by high energy particles.
That's a very good analogy. That's exactly right.
Your heart and your liver become like jelly.
You liquefy your organs. Yeah, you liquefy
that'll happen.
your
Well, that'll
organs.
happen in a microwave too. But it's a little bit different.
I would like to point out. If anybody wants to watch a really, really good story on this, it's Chernobyl on HBO, and the story of the people who would go up for 15 minutes and shovel shit off the roof, and then vacate, and then that was their term of service because they got radiated to shit to be able to go up there. Yeah.
And I will say that. So I've been trained on Chernobyl 5-6 times in my career. I mean, it's one of the major events you covered. That 3 Mile Island. Davis Bessie is a lesser known one, but I'm sure some people here heard of that.
Oh wait, something happened.
Those are the 3 big ones that we cover in the U.S. I will say that show, from a technical standpoint, I've never seen a show on TV or a movie or anything capture an event with technical accuracy like that one. It was perfect. It was 4.0. Like there were people people I knew in ops that have operated a nuclear reactor for 20 years that said, just show this scene from Chernobyl during training.
That fire chief, he was a legend in Chernobyl. He goes in with the high test.
Yeah.
About a month ago,
they filmed. By the way, another thing, I don't know if people know this, but that show was filmed in a Lithuanian RBMK, and RBMK was the type of reactor Chernobyl was. And another thing people probably don't know is Chernobyl was a 4-unit site. It was Chernobyl 4 that had the accident. They still operated the other 3 up until the early 2000s.
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
There were RBMKs all over the old Soviet Union, including in Lithuania, and they went to the decommissioned unit in Lithuania and filmed it there. So that is what Chernobyl looked like. Same design.
Yeah, in classic Soviet style, spreading the same thing all over the place.
The Russian army, when they took Chernobyl recently, dug in. All the soldiers that dug in around the site died.
Oh, are you talking about the recent war?
I honestly can't figure out why.
That's only hearsay, mind. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's
I don't think that's true.
I didn't hear they all died, but I heard they got sick. I heard a significant percentage of them got sick.
I honestly can't figure out. I can't for any reason figure out why they would have any adverse effects after doing that.
They're probably pretty far out.
No, they were digging it.
On the site, they dug the topsoil away in order to make slip trenches. And all they did when we cleared the site was...
Oh, wait, so they were breathing all that dust that came out, too.
They pushed it into holes and covered it with topsoil. So they were digging the topsoil away, so they probably exposed a certain amount of dust and such like.
Yeah, a lot of that area was blanketed with radioactive dust after that happened, because just the right wind,
Well, do you know how the West first found out about it happening?
Yes, it was a clock change.
It was the Swedes.
It was a nuclear power plant in Scandinavia in Sweden. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Their area monitors, their area radiation monitors, they're monitoring the environment, started picking up adverse levels of radiation, and they're all like, what's going on?
Yeah.
They check their systems, everything's good at the site, and all of a sudden other plants all throughout Scandinavia and Northern Europe started reporting it. And it got covered in the news like crazy, and finally the Russians admitted
And
to
they all
we had an
pressured.
event. That was 3 days after the explosion.
You know, they didn't have on those badges like the guys at Skinwalker Ranch have, right? So they couldn't know.
That was only partially true. Geospatial picked up Chernobyl 4 days before there were any monitors picking it up. Allegedly.
Well, that's when they figured it out. I guess that something had happened publicly.
I was working at Fort Meade then.
Have any of you guys
What?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I think whoever it was slipped their finger or their finger slipped off the push to talk.
Yeah, I mean, Geospatial's primary mission is to monitor
stuff
that has to do with space and radiation. I'll put it that way.
All I know is since Chernobyl, the price of lamb went up astronomically, and I've never been able to afford it since. Although it still glows in the dark.
But it's delicious.
You shouldn't fuck the lamb before you eat it.
No, I'm not interested in that, Tom. It's just the fact that the next stop after Sweden was the Welsh mountains, where all the bloody sheep were grown. So we weren't allowed to eat any of it.
Wind scale.
Shut up. I mean, do you mean the Pixie Fairyland?
And
you know
Did you say fairy or furry? I didn't hear that.
Fairy, not furry. You know what we did about our accidental nuclear incidents. We deny that they happened and changed the name of the plant so you wouldn't know where it was.
All right, I think I'm gonna.
Is this the one involving the thing where the guy who designed the filter was like the guy who pretty much saved most of that land in that area? That we went on the stack. Because wasn't it? Well, it was air cooled, right? Wasn't it? And the fuel, whatever, I can't remember. Fuel cells leaked into the air and started.
Yeah, pretty much.
They basically started spewing out of the air exhaust.
I'm gonna go. All right, guys, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take off. So please enjoy yourselves.
Sorry, this is late. Flibberty.
Yeah, a little bit late. We hung out later. So you guys hang out though. I don't care. Yeah, please keep that going.
Yeah, I dropped that rubidium clock in that shit in the live stream chat.
So we can all have rubidium clocks.
Exactly.
If we buy them. Yeah.
Rubidium clock.
You need to fix your 9700s.
That's right. That's right.
I need to put one of those in my server so I can keep my HTML web server up to date to the nearest second.
That's right. To the microsecond of accuracy. Yeah.
On servers, we now do 1588. We don't use clocks like that.
All right.
The BBC transmit a beautiful atomic clock signal.
I'm going. Take it easy. See ya, everybody. Take it easy. Bye.
Week, dude.
Love you guys. Take it easy. So next week we'll be in Huntsville, and we'll have a whole host of crazy people around me when we do this live stream. Likely Mike and all the other crazy people. So hope to see you.
Can we not do it at 2 a.m. this time?
What are you talking about?
No, it's more fun at 2 a.m. Lots of crazy.
Oh,
you guys are a lot more drunk then.
If you saw the Hamvention live stream, consider yourself very lucky. It is not available to anyone right now. So if you saw the 2 a.m. live stream, that's it. You won. That's it.
No pay-per-views?
Nope. So when we go live on the next weekend, if you it'll likely be on Friday and Saturday, I assume. We'll do a live stream. We'll figure it out. Anyway, guys, take it easy. I'll talk to you later. Take it easy. See ya.
Take care. Be safe.
73, Josh.
Okay. Oh man. Long live stream, but I think really important because I still probably have to do a video to talk about S2 Underground because I think that whole thing is a bit, I don't know, weird, I guess, a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, guys, take it easy. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll talk to you later, okay?